I call this meeting of the Northeast Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The board will now adjourn into executive session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, private consultation with the board's attorney. 551.074, to discuss personnel or to hear complaints against personnel, and the time is 5:30. The board will now reconvene into open session, and the time is 6:22. On behalf of the trustees, I would like to welcome you to this evening's meeting of the Northeast Independent School Board. This is a business meeting of the board held in public. We appreciate your attendance and request your respectful attention. We welcome your comments during the Matters from the Floor section of the agenda. If you signed up to address a specific action agenda item, you will be called at that time. We wish to emphasize that this is a business meeting of the board, and while those in attendance may disagree about issues, it is our expectation that everyone will conduct themselves in a respectful and professional manner. Disruptions to this meeting by anyone will not be tolerated. In the event any person or group disrupts the meeting, a warning will be given to stop any disruptive behavior. Anyone persisting in disruptive behavior will be removed from the meeting. The board may also call a recess in the event of persistent disruptions so that individuals who engage in disruptions can be removed. It is our intent to conduct the meeting in an orderly fashion. Finally, I would like to remind you that it is the mission of Northeast to challenge and encourage each student to achieve and demonstrate academic excellence, technical skills, and responsible citizenship. Item 5, Invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. A, Academy of Creative Education, Dr. Valdez.
Madam President, board members, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests, thank you for inviting the Academy of Creative Education to lead the invocation and pledges at tonight's board meeting. Joining us today and representing ACE's student body are Emarie Marche Stevens and Ashton Jesus Silvas. Emarie will be delivering the invocation and is accompanied this evening by her mother, Sonia Stevens, father, Robert Stevens, sister-in-law, Shakira Solomon, niece, Lyric Stevens, and family friend, Chanel Vaughn. Emarie's plans include graduating in December and pursuing a career in nursing. Ashton will be leading the pledge tonight and is accompanied by his mother, Laura Silvas. Ms. Silvas, stand. Ashton's plans include participating in the upcoming district-wide graduation and pursuing a psychology degree and then serving our country as an Army officer. Additionally, I'd like to note that Mrs. Silvas, Ashton's father, and his brother all attended ACE. Oh. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. All right. Please stand and bow your head. One nation, under God, indivisible. Let us take those words to heart and learn to live by them, for they are more than just words. They are a belief that has shaped the course of our nation and the course of our lives. For we are one nation, united in our belief to improve the quality of life. Education makes it possible to be the best of which we are capable. And we are under God, and know that we will continue to grow as a people with the common goal of becoming citizens that will nourish and support each other. We are indivisible, working together to become a force for peace and freedom. This evening, we ask God's blessing on this board meeting and everyone in attendance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you.
Thank you. Amaria and Ashton, if y'all will come forward, we're going to take a picture, and I have a certificate for you. I want to thank you all for being here, and you're welcome to leave, you're welcome to stay, but you probably have other things that you would like to do, and that's okay. But again, thank you for coming and blessing us with your presence tonight. Appreciate it. Item 6, recognitions. A, President's remarks on acknowledgement of special calendar events. I don't believe we have anything this month. Item B, 6A Golf State Medalists. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, President Grona, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. At this time, I would like to invite David Johnson, Director of Aquatics, to the podium to address this agenda item.
Yep.
Good evening. On behalf of the Northeast Athletic Department, I am honored tonight to introduce to you many talented student athletes that have represented Ronald Reagan High School and their principal, Brenda Shelton, recently at UIL championship competitions. First, I would like to introduce the 2022 UIL 6A state champion world women's golf team, which includes Lydia Portlock,
Wait 1 second. They have a certificate for you. Sorry.
Marissa Loya, Danielle Bailey, Camille Pazuki, and Victoria Patterson. Marissa Loya was also the 6A individual medalist, placing third at the state championships and receiving the bronze medal. Congratulations to head coach Russell Aki and assistant coach Stephen Martinez.
Take a picture. Yeah, y'all get in there. Mrs. Shelton, would you like to get in the picture? Mrs. Shelton. I saw you hiding back there. There.
1, 2, 3.
Congratulations, girls. Okay. Mr. Johnson, I need to call the next item, okay? So, item C is the 6A track triple jump state medalist. Mr. Johnson.
Okay, the 2022 6A track triple jump silver medalist is Taylin Wise. And congratulations to her head coach, Jennifer McHugh,
Congratulations.
and
Congratulations.
assistant coaches that could not be here tonight, Rachel Freeman and Stephen Sines.
Congratulations. Okay, and now we're going to jump to item E, which is the 6A baseball state medalists. Mr. Johnson.
Next, I'd like to introduce the Reagan baseball team, which concluded their season as the 2022 6A UIL state baseball runner-up last weekend. The list is a little bit long, so here we go. Tegan Peoples. Cole Tabor. Andrew Ermis. Jordan Busk.
Wait, y'all stand up here. Make like a little. You just thought you were going to run away.
Right over here. Okay, Jordan's already in. Okay, Landon Burton. Jeter Battles. Luke Sasser. Ashton Beard. Caleb Capuccio. Austin Hussey. Caleb Rogers.
Why don't y'all make two lines? Maybe 2 lines.
Billy Bear. John Guerra. Victor Diaz. Jack Allison. C.J. Hall. Aiden Coleman. Chase Bright. Brennan Greer. Brandon Ermis. Matthew Butler. JV Cuevas. And Isaiah Robledo. I'd like to introduce your coaches, and congratulations to them. Head coach Chance Chapman. Reagan Matsugemba. Ryan Pennell. And every team needs one of these. The bat boy, Braden Matsugemba.
Okay, I think they're going to try and take a picture of y'all. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Congratulations to Reagan High School, Brenda Shelton, and athletic coordinator
Congratulations.
Lyndon Hamilton. Thank you.
Congratulations. 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 Yeah. Congratulations again. That was a great game. It was hot. I don't know how they could play. I was sweat. I know, sweat was just rolling off me, but. Okay, we're going to jump back to item D, JROTC National and State Finalists. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, President Grona. I'd like to invite Colonel Bill LaChance, Director of Army Instruction, to the podium.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests, thank you for giving me this opportunity to recognize these outstanding cadets tonight. What a night, all these kids here. It just reminded me how old I really am when I saw all the hair they had. And I'm just reminiscing how my hair used to look. JROTC had a great year, but tonight I'm going to bring you two recognitions, both from Roosevelt High School. And Roosevelt High School did extremely well this year as the winner of the Superintendent's Trophy, and so they congratulate him for that. We're going to introduce to you the unarmed drill team, better known as the Riderettes. Now, the Riderettes is unarmed, meaning, as it might imply, there is no rifles involved, and they use hand movements and stomping and clapping and everything else. But I can assure you it's not river dance, because these ladies are dead serious, and they are in it to win it. There is no doubt about it. It takes a lot of discipline. It takes a lot of poise. It takes a lot of drive. And these young ladies have been practicing since last August for their season. They went through a multitude of competitions, eventually arriving at the All-Army National Championships in Daytona, Florida, last April. They went through all the various phases of that, and, folks, they simply dominated the competition. The nearest competitor was 125 points below them, which was huge. So it is with great deal of honor that I introduce the 2022 Army JROTC National Champion Unarmed Drill Team. Headed by their commander, Giselle Castellanos. They're very precise, as you can see. I didn't tell them to do that. Leah Cerner. As I told you, they are ready to win it. Amaya Para. Gabrielle Castleberry. Rosie Morales. Jada Harps. Valerita Lopez. Jadlis Richardson. And Lisa Alvarado. I'd like to introduce their coach, Master Sergeant Johnson. She's over there taking the pictures. Say hi. Also, their Senior Army Instructor, Major Garner. And Army Instructor, Command Sergeant Major Harris. Mom and Dad, it may be time to stand up and take the picture. Remember what I said, ladies, no smiling. That means smile.
Might have to squeeze in a little bit.
I gotta be careful what I say. I'm sorry, Sergeant Major. You had a good side. All right, thank you. Cool.
I think we'd like a little demonstration if that's possible.
Is that possible, Coach?
The kids were more than willing to accommodate.
Do you want him to face? I'm with you.
Try, color, pop. Platoon, halt. About pace. Pop, ready, hat. Pirates, man. Pop, pace. Follow on files, Richardson. Forward, march.
Thank y'all. Terry, there's another one.
As I told you, they are dead serious and in it to win it. So thank you for that.
Thank you for letting them do a little demonstration.
I didn't know that. It was great. Every year, the Army National Program sponsors an essay contest for all the programs throughout the world. There's over 1,750 JROTC programs throughout the world. They're very excited by their
is this-
performance. That's why they're chattering.
Is this item, oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought
sorry.
that was still part of it. So item F, Do the Right Thing Challenge. No, that's not it?
It's still part of it.
Yeah, it's still part of it. Okay.
This is still, go ahead.
Good to go. All right, so they
Yes.
sponsored the essay contest really worldwide level, 1,750 programs. And every program sends an essay into through their regions and eventually onto the national. Our region is about 350 schools. And so when our essay submissions came to us, I knew they were good. I knew they were really good, but what I didn't realize how good they were, because out of the 350 schools in the region, we took number 1 and number 2. That submission then went on to the national round and has been chosen to present their essay, one of 2 out of 1,750, 2 left. This young lady has been chosen to present her essay at a JROTC national conference here coming up in about 2 weeks in Washington, D.C. So it was with great pleasure that I introduce to you Cadet Kirsten Scott, the winner of the 5th ROTC Brigade Essay Contest winner for this year. There's only one. That's what makes it special.
Congratulations, that's amazing.
And as he moves to the front, I did not want to be remiss in thanking the principal, Mr. Brian Norwood, for all of his support of JROTC. When it comes to support of JROTC, there is none better than Mr. Norwood.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Congratulations again. Okay. I knew what I was doing. Then you threw me, well, but I'd signed the certificates. Okay, item F, Do the Right Thing Challenge, Student Essay Contest, Mr. Jarrett.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Micah, members of the board, executive staff, and guests. I would like the Assistant Director of Secondary English to come forward to address this agenda item. Karen Sharp.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Micah, members of the board, executive staff, and guests. Northeast ISD students, Darius Surplus from Garner Middle School, and Yunjae Lee from Lopez Middle School were announced at a ceremony on May 11th as the Bexar County First Place Ambassadors for the 2022 Do the Right Thing Essay Challenge campaign by the Honorable Judge Antonio Arteaga. Both students will travel to Washington, D.C. in July on an awards trip with a parent and their respective sponsor teachers, Mrs. Erin Summy, Garner Middle School, and Ms. Alexis Durr, Lopez Middle School. The Do the Right Thing Challenge gives middle school students across the country the opportunity to write about how violence has impacted them and what solutions they believe can better help their peers. The NAISD students' essays will be published in the National Anthology book with all the other top student essays from across the country and archived into the Library of Congress. In summary, Daria and Yunjae will be published authors at the national level. The Northeast ISD Secondary English Language Arts and Reading Department is proud of campus efforts from teachers, literacy leaders, and amazing students. Kudos to teacher Erin Summy from Garner Middle School, too, as this is her second student to be named as a Bexar County Do the Right Thing National Ambassador. It is my honor to recognize these students. Garner Middle School student Darius Surplus, please come forward. And also Mrs. Summy and Principal Bojesco, come up as well. Lopez Middle School student Yunjae Lee, please come forward. And also Ms. Durr and Mr. Escamilla, please come up as well.
Congratulations. Congratulations to you both and enjoy your trip. Okay, item 7, matters from the floor. We did not have anyone, everyone who signed up to speak to a specific agenda item, so I will call you at that time. Item 8, matters from executive session. A, personnel including but not limited to administrative appointments pursuant to Government Code Section 551.074. 1, possible action regarding routine personnel including but not limited to administrative appointments. A, assistant principal of Coker Elementary School. Do I have a motion to approve as discussed in executive session?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion carries. Item B, Director of Special Education. Do I have a motion to approve as discussed in executive session?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Byer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Item 9, presentations. A, continued budget study number 2 discussion. Mr. Villarreal. Oh, yes. We'll do matters from the floor first. At this time, the board will receive comments from those individuals who signed up to speak to the specific agenda item. Speakers will be called up to speak in the order in which they appear on the sign-in sheet and to the item they signed up to speak to. Speakers should limit their comments to the specific agenda item for which they signed up. Please remember that this is a business meeting of the board. Any person or group engaging in outbursts of any kind causing a disruption to the meeting will be warned, and if they persist, will be removed from the meeting. This is to ensure that all speakers have an opportunity to make comments without interruption and that the board members are able to pay full attention to speakers without any distractions. Ms. Huey.
Number 1,
Okay, good evening, board members. My name is Barbara Hilt, and I've been a bus driver with Northeast for over 15 years and have experienced many ups and downs of years with very small to no raises at all, but I have never seen the exodus of my fellow team members as I have this year. We drivers and assistants are following transportation's protocol and have worked very hard through this pandemic, sanitizing our schools, scrubbing every surface of our 40-foot buses twice a day to keep everyone as healthy as possible. You see, we're just not warm bodies that sit behind the wheel. We are successful professionals that have proudly served from Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan police officers to many educated professionals from all walks of life. We are the district's daily first line of customer service to handling tears, bullying, scraped knees, upset stomachs, upset parents, and unfortunately signs of child abuse. We feel we should be justly compensated. We are the second largest school district at San Antonio, yet the second from the bottom in pay. Did you know that our T&T mechanics and staff members have their own routes besides their full-time positions? Our mechanics don't have the time to work on our aging fleet that is continually breaking down, and unfortunately at times with students and special needs students on board with no AC and arriving late to schools. Our committed assistants are being shuffled between terminals because new hirees get trained and leave for other districts paying higher wages. Plus, should one of our students, special needs students, decide to grab and break our glasses, for example, there isn't a reimbursement fund. We're on our own. We desperately need all of our veteran employees to stay, giving our very tired mechanics the ability to complete their job orders and funds to attract new drivers and assistants. So please consider giving your loyal employees at least a 4 to 6% raise, a retention bonus to match other districts' raises, and stop this domino effect. Respectfully submitted. And we also sang happy birthday to Dr. Micah's son on his 16th birthday on a field trip. So that's what we do. Thank you.
Number 2,
Hello, my name is Carmen Garcia. I'm a record specialist. I'm a grade C5. I'm talking on behalf of the full-time staff for the fair wage increase. We drive school buses morning and afternoon. What has us dumbfounded is the cost of living. It's gone sky high. My rent has gone up $200. Food prices have skyrisen. Gas prices are soaring. TRS is also going to be increasing from 7.70 to 8% increase. We know healthcare is going to go up, and full-time staff we are driving morning and afternoon. We also have to maintain our license. We also have to maintain our credentials. We also have to abide by the policy of bus drivers, and we also drive runs that can be quite difficult. What I'm asking is, every time the bus drivers get a raise, we always get the minimum raise. We would also like to be a part of that raise. I would like the raise to be reflected on the responsibilities that we had to take on our shoulders during COVID. Thank you.
Number 3,
Good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Avila, and I'm a trainer for Northeast ISD. I train people how to drive school buses, and our department in the training department is the face of just the face of customer service. We're there to say, hey, welcome, we need you, we want you here. And it's difficult to keep them there after spending a good month training them and giving them their test to get their CDL. And once they receive their CDL, they leave us. It's very frustrating. We're only a team of 6, and just like my other staff colleagues, we do drive routes all day long. Not only do we drive a route in the morning, we come back and we stand in the heat and the weather, whether it rain, whether it's cold, whether it's hot as it is now, until noon. And then we take a lunch break, and then we jump in the bus in the afternoon and we drive again. We're exhausted and we're frustrated because we can't spend those valuable hours training more drivers to help us, pull the load. I'm asking you, as my colleagues did, and all staff members are frustrated that we're not allotted the same raises that the bus drivers get. Our new labels are driver, trainer, evaluator. Our supervisors are driver supervisors. If we are labeled as a driver, we deserve the driver pay, and across the board, whatever percent rate you're generous enough to give us. Please help us keep people here by making them feel valued and giving everybody the same pay across the board. Thank you.
Number 4.
Provide that, please, to them.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is not. Ms. Turner's the person that could give those things to us.
Walk over there, please, then?
You can just leave them there. Well,
Okay. Thank you.
thank you.
Good afternoon, Northeast ISD School Board and Dr. Micah. My name is Daniel Schroeder, bus mechanic at the Central Terminal. Today I want to discuss pay, particularly the fact that the pay for mechanics is becoming uncompetitive with the industry in Bexar County and San Antonio area. In my packet that I would look forward to you seeing later, I provide off indeed 3 or 5 complementary businesses. 2 of them are vendors for the district who sometimes do our overflow work, as well as 3 other government agencies: City Public Services, Electricity, City of San Antonio, and I forgot the other one. I'm sorry. All those places start out around $22 an hour, and we're paid less than that. And frequently, one of our vendors, Santex International, Kira's Trucks now, finishes a lot of our work, and we have to redo their work because it is subpar and we cannot release the bus. I talked to one of their foremen. They are currently offering $22 to $50 an hour to complete that work. I would like to then be able to be bumped to a grade 7, like we talked, which I addressed the board last year about, which would be a starting base pay of $22 an hour, as well as that would be similar to what Jetson is competing district, Jetson ISD. Also, we have a compression issue in our pay scale right now. My lead mechanic has been working as a mechanic since about the time I was in elementary school, and he's only making about $1 more an hour than I am. So for about 20 years more experience than me working on vehicles, he is unable to even reach the midpoint. Last year you addressed that teachers who have 20 years of experience would bring maximum pay, so I believe that operations employees should receive that as well. My last point is that we have to provide our own tools. The job description currently says $15,000 worth of tools, when the base pay is $39,000 here at Northeast ISD. So well over 1/3 of my base pay I have to keep in an asset. Other school districts such as San Antonio ISD, Northside, Jetson provide the mechanics with their tools. Other private industries provide tool stipends like UPS, FedEx, the City of San Antonio, CPS Energy, to reimburse tool breakage and such. I would like to have the school board approve us tool stipends to reimburse me for some of the investment I have placed in tools that provide a service to you, and in addition to keeping the buses that I don't own on the road. Because when I respond to a breakdown, sometimes tools, it's on the side of the freeway or whatever. Okay.
That's your time. Thank you.
Okay.
Number 5.
Good evening, President Grown and members of the board, Dr. Micah. I'm Patsy Esterline, President of the Northeast AFT. Regarding pay for teachers and support personnel, we appreciate the discussion you had last week indicating the board's recognition that the pay increase should be higher than what was presented. Stresses on teachers and support personnel have mounted, both at work and with their ability to maintain a middle-class lifestyle, as well as expanded responsibilities. Our request on a pay increase remains the same, as this is a time for bold action. For teachers, librarians, nurses, counselors, and other non-administrative professionals, we propose an 8% increase with a $2,000 retention supplement. Other stipends and supplements should be adjusted accordingly. For hourly employees, we ask for a $15 starting pay with each employee's pay family increased proportionately so there is no compression. This results in varying percentage increases for most hourly employees, which are higher than 8%. We also request a $2,000 retention supplement. As we had addressed previously with you, there is a problem throughout the state with teachers retiring early or quitting the profession. Northeast is not immune to this movement. In fact, several of our members fit one or the other of those categories. Are we losing experienced teachers who are the backbone of the school district? We believe we are facing that danger. We are seeing too many early retirements or teachers moving to other jobs, abandoning education. These pay figures requests are in line with what some districts have already adopted for next school year. Please act to make Northeast ISD a leader in pay and benefits, as well as ensuring quality employees are attracted and retained. And please consider upping the bus mechanics pay grade to 7, and pay attention, please, to all of the transportation employees' requests. Thank you for your consideration of our proposals.
Number six.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, Superintendent Micah. My name is Tom Cummins, and I'm representing Northeast AFT. Of course, I support what our president just said, Ms. Esterline. However, I would like to address the midpoint system, which you all brought up at the last meeting. Northeast AFT opposes the midpoint pay system and has for years. It rewards the inexperienced employee and punishes the employee with experience. For example, take a one-year teacher earning $50,000, a teacher at our pretend midpoint, which will make $60,000, and an experienced teacher at $70,000. Now apply a 2% of the midpoint raise, which in this case would result in a $1,200 raise for each of those teachers. But if it had been a true 2% raise, the beginning teacher would receive a $1,000 raise, the midpoint teacher a $1,200 raise, and the experienced teacher a $1,400 raise. They are equal in percentage, and experience and loyalty is rewarded. Is this fair to the beginning teacher? Yes, as they receive the same percentage and eventually will be rewarded at the same level as the others as they gain experience. They will not be held up by the midpoint system. It also rewards employees when they retire, those who have maintained their loyalty with the district, as their calculations are made at a higher dollar level. This gives them a more secure retirement income. The district gains by keeping their loyal and experienced employees. And we hope that either this year or some coming year that you will go back to the other system, not the midpoint system. Thank you.
Number 7.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Micah. My name is David Anderson, and I'm representing the Northeast Education Association. I'm speaking tonight regarding the compensation package that is being discussed for the upcoming school year. First, I would like to thank the board members for requesting information on pay greater than the proposed 2%. NEISD prides itself on being one of the premier districts in Bexar County. I agree. My wife and I both teach in the district, and both our children attend Northeast ISD schools. Over the past few years, I have seen a lot of great teachers and staff members leave the district or the profession altogether. For many, part or all of this decision was financial. I encourage the board to give meaningful raises in compensation to all NEISD staff members. Significant raises would help fill the empty positions. They would reduce the expense of turnover. They would help relieve the burden of high inflation. They would attract the best talent coming from our universities. And it would tell all of NEISD employees that you value their talent and effort. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Number 8.
Madam President, Dr. Micah, board members, executive staff, my name is Scott Willis, and I am a math teacher at Roosevelt High School. Wanted to talk to you guys today about a few things. We were talking about retention of talent. I looked through my emails, and you all got them as well. You saw them. 50, 100 teachers maybe, retirement parties. You're in crisis. How are we rewarded here for retention? My salary has gone down since I've started working here. Amazing as that sounds. This is the first year that I will make nearly as much money as I did the first year I worked here 6 years ago. 4% loss in salary during the first 3 years I worked. How am I rewarded? And anybody else in my position, you advertise 6 years salary. After 6 years experience, you make a certain salary. Unless you're a loyal employee of NEISD, I don't make that money. I make what a first-year teacher makes. And anybody that comes from outside to come in here, the 18th lowest paid teachers in the district, they're going to make more money than I am. How does that motivate me and reward me to work a 2,000 hour a year job in 10 months? You all know that teachers work those kinds of hours. I work 50 to 60 hours per week. That doesn't include the ball games, the choir, the orchestra, watching the young ladies practice, the ball games, and all the rest that are important for me to make relationships with my students. How am I rewarded by this district? They hire somebody else from somewhere else, and he makes more money than I do. That's not right. I propose that you do away with the frozen salary and start to reward those that are here that prove their way in. Maybe even get a little progressive and talk about merit pay, but oh my God, it's not on the agenda, sorry for it. So other districts have made these moves, but now you're in a position to pay the piper. You have not kept up with the other districts. And as our salaries fall further and further behind, now it becomes a more painful bite. I've heard begging of $58,000 a year compared to all these other districts, A through G or whatever it was. Who makes $58,000 a year as a teacher here? I've been here 7 years. I make $54,250. 7 years, and that's my reward, to have my salary go down. This isn't right, folks. It's time to pay the piper. It's time to realize that you're in crisis. If you want to keep the best and the brightest, you need to pay us more. And I'm talking about 5 to 8%. And if you don't want to keep us, we can go on. I'm nearing retirement age, my high 5. If I could work someplace else and make another $5,000 a year, that's an extra couple $1,000s a year in my pocket in fixed income when I do retire. I don't know about you guys. You guys make a lot more money than I do, but $2,000 a year is real money to me. And we're not being rewarded. If I take your money and your
That's
salary,
your time, sir.
Thank you. I will do the job like few others.
Couldn't hear that.
Number 9.
How
Howdy, my name is Laura Riggs. I'm a 35-year veteran of this district at Ed White, same school, 35 years. Last week was very heartening when I said, it's not enough. And my speech is not great. I apologize. I had a stroke 3 months ago. I couldn't afford health care. The drugs to stop the stroke, couldn't think about it. We heard last week, great health insurance. I couldn't afford to use it. I worked 2 jobs. Saturday school until I had a stroke. Lots of us are in my shoes. Lots of us are working 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet. I faced retirement, losing my house. For a renter, I'd have been screwed. We need to do better for those who've worked here for a long, long time, 35 years. And the midpoint is no raise for me. Please do right by those of us who've given us our lives, our hearts and our souls to our school. Thank you.
Number 10.
Say it again. I don't think they can.
Number 10. Did they leave? All right, number 11.
Gotta move this again. Hello, Mrs. Grona, board members. My name is Adonis Sherman, and I'm the past president, ex officio, member of TSTA, history teacher at Ed White Middle School for 32 years at Ed White. I'd like to take the opportunity tonight to acknowledge the board's due diligence last week in regard to the salary proposal. It is of the utmost importance that staff and employees are acknowledged for their efforts and their outstanding service to the students of NEISD. Consider a salary schedule that keeps NEISD competitive, but it also demonstrates the loyalty to the staff and that retention of NEISD staff is important to y'all. Thank you.
And that's all.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Villarreal.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. Tonight we bring you different compensation plans. Last week we presented a 3-2-1. We're going to add 5 different compensation plans and what the effects are to our general fund. We'll recap the general fund and we'll show different percentages and what the cost would be, what the actual forecast might be 5 years out, and what the budget adoption that you would have to do 5 years out. So with that, I turn it over to Ms. Lackhorn. She's our Executive Director of Finance and Accounting.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Let's start off with a quick refresher here, looking at our 10-year pay raise history. As you can see, out of the last 8 years, we gave a rate, out of the last 10 years, 8 years received an increase. Tonight, we're going to have Ms. Witten from, she's already here. She's so fast and quiet over there. So she's here to talk about our pay raises and midpoint adjustments.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. As presented here, Ms. Lackhorn showed the past 10-year pay history. I really want to focus on addressing the last 3 years and kind of bringing attention to some of the things that the board has approved over those school years. So in the 2019-2020 school year, you'll see it refers to a 3% increase plus longevity. That was a result of the 86 legislation for board members that are new and those returning. That was part of House Bill 3, where, among other mandates, the districts were required to provide higher compensation to classroom teachers who had more than 5 years of experience. The Northeast ISD Board of Trustees took a little different approach. In addition to recognizing those teachers with greater than 5 years, we created 2 tiers. So we paid an additional $600 to teachers that had between 6 and 15 years, and then an additional $1,200 for those teachers that had greater than 16 years. As noted here, we did have in the 2020-2021 school year, salaries were frozen. And then in the 2021-2022 21-22 school year, you'll see noted here there's reference to targeted adjustments. So I just wanted to briefly kind of summarize what some of those targeted adjustments were at that time. So during that year, we did increases for some employee targeted groups beyond the general pay increases. Those included bus drivers, food service assistants, custodians, instructional assistants, special education assistants, and teachers. That's not been a prior practice, but one, through support of Dr. Micah, the budget department, and through the Board of Trustees, we were able to address some of the market that we saw that we were falling behind in some of those employee categories. Particularly with the teachers, what we were experiencing was some compression, not only in the years presented here where we had salaries frozen, but even prior to these 10 years, there's been times when we've had our teacher pay, including other employees, salaries frozen, which creates compression. So in order to try to resolve that, we focused on teachers who had 1 through 16 years, where many of them were earning the same rate of pay, depending on the years they were at, or only seeing, unfortunately, like an $11 difference between years 4 and 5, for example. So these targeted adjustments help to alleviate some of that compression. However, it would take strategic planning and budgeting over multiple school years to continue to try to alleviate the compression. But again, thanks to your support, we were able to try to focus some of those efforts in the last school year. In the last board meeting, there was question about the midpoint and why we calculate pay increases off of the midpoint. So I wanted to provide you an illustration comparing those differences. So in the first slide, if Ms. Latcorn can show, here is an illustration, a graph, a bubble chart, where we illustrate what a 3% is off of the midpoint. That's our current pay practice. This shows, for example, we just used here custodians. We have 257 custodians in the pay grade 01, that if we assumed a 3%, again, just for illustration, over a 10-year period, what that movement within the pay ranges looks like. You'll see that the different sizes of those bubbles represent the number of employees based on their current rate of pay. Note that of the 257 employees represented on this chart, 175 or 61% are below midpoint. Providing an increase based on midpoint allows employees to move through the pay ranges at the same rate towards the market target for that job. I'm going to go ahead and ask Ms. Latcorn to show the next slide, and then we'll show a comparison overlay so we can kind of make note of how those different practices differ. On this slide, we illustrate the same group of employees in the 10-year time frame, but the 3% increase in this case is calculated based on the employee's current rate. Here, approximately 26 of employees who are above the midpoint would receive the highest increase. This means they are accelerating through the pay ranges faster than the majority of employees in this job. The impact of this practice creates more opportunity for compression for our lowest paid employees and presents challenges when we are trying to recruit and place new hires into these pay families, or this pay range in this example. So when we take those two slides and we combine them to show an overlay, you can see how the two practices compare. Although this example only represents one position and its incumbents, I want to make note that approximately 76% of all our employees in the district are currently earning below the midpoint.
Again, not just 76% of custodians, you're saying 76% of the entire employees in the
Correct.
district.
When we
Okay.
looked at all of our pay grades, the employees in those pay structures, 76% are earning below the midpoint for their pay grade.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, thank you. Which means if you grant an increase off of the midpoint of each pay grade, you're able to provide a larger increase to a higher number of employees. And again, per the previous slide, allows us, when we're trying to recruit and remain competitive, we're able to move people new to these positions farther within the range. When you have compression, that makes it a little more difficult for us. In summary, the midpoint represents a fair and competitive salary based on market values for similar positions in a pay range. The goal of a pay plan is to provide movement for existing employees through the range towards the market rate, and that's what we look at as far as comparison with the same job across either school districts or industry. It's also designed to provide the ability to recruit and place new hires within a pay range. I guess before Ms. Latcorn proceeds, would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. I also just want to say that I have Ms. Hardwick Etheridge, who is here. She's our Director of Compensation, so she's available too to assist with questions.
So I do have a question. And Ms. Latcorn, if you can go back to the slide for the past 10 years where it shows. So 1920 is when we did the 3% plus the longevity. And I went back and pulled some previous budget studies. And so in 21, 22, and 2021, it looks like we also did the longevity.
Yes, it has to through House Bill 3, and thank you. I should clarify, that will be maintained in our future scales throughout because of that requirement.
Regardless of what we, and we're not voting tonight, this is just another discussion, but regardless, we will still follow that where the 6 to 15 years will get the 600 additional, and the 16 plus will get the 1,200?
So when
or what is that?
So when salaries are frozen, that means someone who has presently 5 years and in the next school year has 6, they do get the additional 600. Those are the ones that are identified because they move into that next group. And then that would be the same for anyone going from 15 to 16 years. It's not everyone gets an additional, it's those two.
Right.
Yes, okay.
But we are continuing, I guess I'm confused because to me, I would think we would say plus longevity maybe on all those, just to clarify a little bit.
Understood.
Or does that make sense?
I understand. It's just, we didn't want to create any confusion.
Okay.
So, it's
Okay.
like you could see it either direction, right? Like
Okay.
that new
But just
people
to clarify,
But yes,
existing
that's
will-
part of our structure because House Bill 3 requires it.
Okay,
And
all right.
so-
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me. Did anybody else have any questions for Shyla?
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I hope I am wrong. From what I'm understanding from the gentleman that spoke earlier, people that are moving into our district, they're not our seasoned employees, are making the same amount of money as people who have invested their time and energy. Please tell me I'm wrong about this.
So I want to clarify, in our pay.
We're going to let Ms. Witten speak, please.
We do not place new hires higher than current employees if they have the same amount of experience. So a new teacher, we look at our new salary ranges that we have. If they have 5 years, they will not make more than someone who has 6 years, as an example. I don't know, I hope I'm answering your question.
You are to a certain extent, but here's my question, because we want to retain our good teachers, okay? We don't want to have to go and try to find new teachers and pull good teachers out of the air because they're hard to get. So my question is, why has this been allowed to happen? Why did we freeze their salaries, not compensate our teachers appropriately? And now we're in a situation where we're losing teachers.
As far as the salary proposals that are presented to the board, that is based on budget considerations. So in past years, when there have been salaries frozen, it's been based on the current budgetary situation to where we haven't been able to provide increases to any employees. So that means they stand frozen at the rate they were earning the prior year, but again, a new hire would not coming above that teacher. So, those are, again, unfortunately circumstances that I know we come into when budgetary constraints have not allowed us. I don't know, Ms. Lackhorn, you want to expand on anything to that effect?
The years that there were no raises given, it was basically determined that we couldn't afford to. But as Ms. Witten is explaining, everybody was frozen, and new people coming in shouldn't make more than, if you have the same years of experience, that's what drives it. So it should.
They should align with the people based on those years of experience. Because we're still trying to recruit people into these positions and trying to maintain some kind of market competitiveness. So our goal is to try to, again, attract people new to Northeast. I'm looking at where we compare to other school districts as far as a market.
How do we
Don't wanna
compare
fall
to other
too-
districts?
That's going to vary based on positions. We do try to engage in different market comparisons because we look at jobs. So each position has a different pay grade, and those pay grades have a minimum, midpoint, and maximum. The midpoint is your market value for the job. So it's normally when you look at the average across your group that you're comparing against. So those are the ranges that are established. With salaries when they're frozen, we do have compression that exists, and part of what the compensation plan this year that we are presenting is to look at some of those hard-to-fill jobs that we have either vacancies or high turnover to kind of create a greater spread so that we can recruit and retain our existing staff.
Okay. All right.
Anybody else? Or you want to continue, Ms. Lackhorn?
Okay, so last week we looked a little bit at the cost of raises. This week we opened it up, added 4% and 5% here. Now, I want to remind you, we talked about this some last week. For 21-22 and 22-23, we have some teachers coded in our ESSER fund. So bear in mind, remember back 2 budget study sessions ago, we had 3 buckets of ESSER. So we had ESSER 1, which is gone, ESSER 2, which is really just taking costs from the general fund and paying for things happening there. ESSER 3 is the really big bucket where we're doing new things like HVAC improvements, staff to help with learning gaps. ESSER 3 is where we paid for the retentions this last year. And so in 21-22 and 22-23, we had approximately $20 million worth of teacher salaries paid for by federal funds. Those federal funds had to be used within a certain time frame, and so one of the requirements was use it within that window. So when we move teacher salaries from the general fund into the ESSER fund, it helps us meet that deadline. And then, but when those funds are gone, these are teachers that come back in for ESSER 2. Now, in ESSER 3, not all those positions come back because those are targeted things that we're doing specific to bridge the COVID learning loss and those kinds of things. So this chart, we've added a little line as a reminder for future years, the total impact to the general fund. Because when those teachers come back into the general fund in 23-24, they don't just bring their current salaries today, they'll bring their new salaries, including this raise. So you have 2 totals on this slide. One is the total of the current impact for 22-23, while those salaries are being paid for by federal funds. And the second line is that future impact in future years when all those teachers come back into the general fund. All right, so if we look at it.
Ms. Lackhorn, hold now.
Yes, sir.
I want to make this clear. This is if you gave a flat across the board 1% what it would cost. A flat, this is everybody. So if you gave a flat 5% to every group, it would cost the district almost 19.5. We're going to take some of this out of budget speak. We're going to be real, that's what this represents to you, all right? What they're going to show you here in a bit is what all of these cost as we start to mix it up a bit. But what I want you to notice in here, and this is those things that I wish people would take a lot of time looking at. As you can see, who is the most expensive to give a pay raise to are our teachers. Why? It's because we have the most of them. There's about 4,300 teachers. It's a lot of them. So to give them, you can see there's no other group that ever, as I sat with a legislator today and they talked about teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors, to the transportation folks that are here, I don't think they know. My dad drove a bus for years. You know, people don't, I think they make assumptions about some things. And the thing is that we're trying to reach a balance in all of this. Can you back up a couple? Sure. Because I'm going to go off on something for a minute, Miss sure. Lackhorn. But I want you to take a look at this. So Ms. Villarreal, you asked a great question. How did this all happen? This happened over not doing targeted pay for a decade. We were giving flat pay increases, which is great. It's easier for my communications people to communicate it. Because when we started this, she goes, but how do I explain this? I said, I don't know, it's pretty complicated. But we started looking at, because Miss Witten came to me when I first stepped in and said, Dr. Michael, we got a problem. We have compression and we're coming out of market and all of these pieces. Well, then I asked her, so give me a proposal. And then I looked at the dollar amount and said, well, that's not going to happen. Because I don't have that money for all the reasons that we've explained to you, right? And so what we've been trying to work on is to find, to what I said, Mr. Hilliard, to you, and you'd pointed out, thank you for talking about the scorecard, is this stewardship versus rewarding employees. And it's tough because, and Ms. Witten, correct me if I'm wrong, all right? But to fix compression of teacher pay scale is like an $8 to $10 million venture. Just that one thing. That's not including all the other things that you're hearing from folks that are coming to talk about. It's rampant, and it's going to take years to fix it. For those of you that were on the board last year, I told you it's going to be very difficult to be the highest paying again. Just with some things that are with loss of enrollment, with the way that the state does financing, all these things are really coming to a head. And then the fact that there isn't a way to generate new revenue, because that's how it's designed. I've seen some emails, and I'm sure you all have gotten them, about, well, look at all of the apartments being built. You're getting more money. Incorrect. We don't get anything. Didn't give us any more money. All the state did is, hey, you're getting more tax revenue. Let's lower our share. And I think that's that piece that gets lost in all of this is, our tax bill, as I explained, Ms. Landry, you were there that night, Mr. Hilliard, right? Like the tax bill, I'm very acutely aware that we list as the school district, we're the biggest taxing entity. But people really don't understand what goes into that number and really how it all works and how it gets shipped. So I say all of it because this didn't happen overnight, and it's not going to repair overnight. I wish I could. Like, I'm pretty certain if I walked into this room tonight and said, hey, everybody gets this huge pay raise, nobody's going to get angry at me. They're not, though. I know that. Miss Villarreal, I explained to you, my mother opened a restaurant with 4 babies. My youngest brother was a baby. I was 2. My older brother was 4, and my sister was 5. I think I've added those right, but probably not. She worked from 5:30 to midnight every night to put food on the table. That's how it worked. We want to take care of all of these things. But what you're going to see in the district scorecard, and you all had the insight at the beginning of this year to talk about it, is that we have to work on a competitive strategy. This wasn't a strategy. It just wasn't. That's not to say anything bad about anyone, but it just was ignoring some of the things that we saw coming. And now the day of reckoning is here. And it's not going to get repaired today. Well, it can. If you all vote in a way that can do some things, well, right. But, you're the board, so you can adopt something. But that has consequences that Ms. Lackhorn, I'm going to say that a lot, so I don't call you the wrong name, but is going to show you. So I apologize, Susie.
No, please.
May I ask a question? Okay, we keep talking about our enrollment is down. It looked like we started to lose enrollment in 2018. I would like to know, and is there any way that anybody can give me some information as to what happened? I would assume it would have had to have started 2 years prior, so is there any way to know that was pre-COVID?
2013 is when it began.
Okay, what happened in 2013 that made us start losing our students?
Competition. That is what started.
Okay, that's great, but what else?
Competition.
Okay, did we have any other shifts, let's say in, discipline
Nope.
shifts, anything like that?
Ms. Villarreal, so every year, I'm looking for who's out there. There's a, Deb, what's it called? The lever? No, it's not the lever. What?
Lever.
It's the lever report.
Yep.
You can very clearly see within that what happened when competition got introduced to the system. Is choice started, so people had choices available to them. I often compare it to, why do you buy a Toyota and not a Ram? Why do you buy a GM and not a this? Because you have a choice in there to make between this product or that product. But in 2013, choice in Bexar County is, I would say, predominantly where it really is happening in a large scale. Ms. Villarreal, I have some stuff upstairs I'd love to show you with the number of choices that are available today, just in Bexar County alone. It outpaces ISDs by double.
But don't we have a better program?
We don't have to play by the same rules.
Well, but I
Or
guess
they don't have to play by the same rules as we have to play by.
Yeah, but I'll say this, Ms. Villarreal. You drive a Toyota, correct? And I drive a Ram. My product's better than yours, Mr. Hilliard. But I'm going to bet that you disagree with me. To some extent, right?
We had reasons for why we chose what we chose.
Correct. And that's it. And, it's just like through the pandemic, there were a lot of people that chose homeschool for a variety of reasons. And it's working for them. And that is the essence of choice. Do we have a better program? For some people, they believe that. For some people, they don't. I'm biased. I understand. I think we've had a great product. Do we have ways to improve? All the time? I don't care what industry or business it is. You can always get better. We talk about this constantly, about us getting better. But for some people, like I will tell you, I will never, ever buy a Ford. I don't care what you tell me about it. I'm never owning one. Period. You can tell me it's the best product in the world. You can show me data that proves it. I will not buy that Ford.
I get 39 miles per gallon.
I don't care. I simply don't care. I won't buy it, though. Why? Because it's ingrained in me.
Mine doesn't take super unleaded gas.
Try and get us back on track. Are you okay if I?
Absolutely. No,
Okay.
I appreciate that, and I'm sorry I digress.
That's okay.
But it concerns me because it seems to be the resounding, theme is loss of enrollment. And I want to know what we can do to get it back, but I know that's not what we're discussing here.
But Ms. Villarreal, I will tell you, through the pandemic, public schools have lost, Deb, I don't remember how many kids. The commissioners talked about it. It's well in the hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands of public school students are no longer in public schools. Just in Texas, that is correct.
So it's a statewide.
It is nationwide. It is a nationwide. Is on your side, but
Okay,
it is a nationwide issue.
Ms. Laghorn.
Well, I kind of like to add, and piggybacking off of Dr. Micah's point, is there's really always been a choice. I mean, growing up, you had private school or public school, but now there's even more than that. There's online. There's homeschool. There's many more choices than just private and public school. So, I mean, I hear you. It's a good valid point, but we're going to need a separate work session probably to tackle that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So back to the cost of raises.
Thank you.
So this slide gives you that, platform to see what a flat 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And you can see 1% and 5%, there's $16 million worth of difference between those two numbers. Okay? So let's look at the plans to show you tonight. we're gonna start with the one from the recommendation from last week. Now, because I'm showing you multiple plans, I had to come up with a naming convention, so let me walk you through it. So we're gonna call this plan, the one from last week, the 3-2-1 plan. So the first digit, the 3, represents the pay increase for hourly staff. The second digit, the 2, is for our teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors. And then the third digit, the 1, is for administration. So on each plan that you look at tonight, it's that same order. The first digit is for hourly, the second digit is for teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors, and the last digit is for administration. Now, in each plan, we're including those targeted adjustments that we talked about last week. So some people will see higher than that percentage listed as we are trying to address those hard to fill, those compressed, or those are really out of market positions that, like we talked last week, bus assistants, and sped assistants, those types of positions that we talked about. So those are still in this plan. As we progress through the plans, we're not going to stick with the targeted adjustment if it's less than what the plan has across the board. So everybody whoever's in that targeted group will get the higher of the 2. Nobody will be punished, just so you know. And also included in ESSER is a 1% fall retention set to pay in November. And then as the year progresses through ESSER, we'll be able to evaluate whether or not anything more could be done in the future.
Right, Ms. Slackhorn, because our goal is to try to find some extra money to continue a potential retention in the spring. All right? So just like we did last year, that I think gets lost along the way is, not every district did retention supplements this year. We did one at Christmas, November, and one at March. And so once again, that's what we're looking at. We know, or we feel confident, we have 1% for the fall. I have tasked Mr. Jarrett and Mr. Villarreal with really trying to find that money to at least do a 1% in the spring as well.
I have another question. Did anybody get those numbers for me about what it costs to hire and retain teachers?
Yep.
Okay.
Ms. Witten?
So from the previous meeting, the inquiry you made was how much it costs per hire?
Yes,
Is
per
the note-
hire.
Yes. So based on our budget, it equals, with the number of teachers we hired this school year, $11.65 per teacher is what we spent on recruiting. That includes the job fairs that we attend and the fees we pay for that, whether in person or virtually. We hosted 2 of our own job fairs this year. We had not done that in past years. We just started that in the summer of last year, redoing and hosting ones for Northeast, and also an initiative we started last year with through Facebook ads and other social media. So that's our current cost.
That's actually impressive. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to point this out at some point again, Susie. I don't know if we bring it up, but we are a very lean organization. Very lean. That's why we're able to do stuff like that, because we're lean.
Okay, so the 3-2-1 plan, roughly $8.1 million next year, 8.7 in future years once those ESSER teachers come back into the general fund. So let's take a look at another plan. This is the 3-2-2. So 3% for hourly, 2% for teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors, and 2% for administration. So, and again, we have the same targeted adjustments. We still have the 1% retention in ESSER. The cost of this plan is roughly $600,000 more than the proposed plan from last week. So about 8.7 for next year and 9.3 million for the following year. Here's a 3-3-2, 3% for hourly, 3% for teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors, and 2% for administration. So now you can see we've had a sizable jump here from the previous two plans. So we were looking at 8.1 million and 8.7 million with the other two plans, but now we're jumping and getting close to 11 million. So this increase of around 3 million is really what Dr. Micah was talking about a minute ago. Those teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors are your most expensive group because we have 4,300 teachers. And so their increase, when you compare it to increasing on our hourly staff or administration, is much more expensive. Here's a 432, so 4% for hourly, 3% for teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors, and 2% for administration. You can see another slight increase from the plan before, and again, significantly more than the proposed plan from last week. A 433, 4% for hourly, 3% for teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors, and 3% for administration. So now we're getting into close to 13 million for those future years to the general fund.
And Susie, I'm sorry, central office administrators, that's any professional position that you have here in the district. So it could be a specialist, it could be an accountant, some of those professionals. So it's not administrators per se, that's what we name it. So I guess we're administrators up here, but there's a lot of rank and file professionals that work here and at the campus that potentially are not considered, I guess, administrators, but they do work for the central office. So when you see central office administration, it's not just us. It's going to be your accountants. It could be some of your coaches, some of those types that work in this building.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes, good clarification. Typically, when you hear administrator, you're thinking principal, you're thinking leadership, but no, when we talk administration, and part of this is because TEA calls us administration, and so when we're talking administration, that includes a wide variety of staff. So it's pretty much everybody who doesn't fall in any of the other buckets. So compensation, here's a plan that's 5% for hourly, 4% for teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors, and 3% for administration. So now you're getting to those future years, $16 million in cost or $15 million for next year. Okay, so now we've seen the different costs of different plans. Let's look at how those impact our bottom line in the general fund. So here, because we've got so many plans, we're just, instead of showing you our big chart that has revenue and expenditures, we're just going to focus on our net change of the fund balance and then the fund balance in operating months. So here we have our 3-2-1 plan. So our 3% for hourly, 2% for teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors, and 1% for administration. So this is the same plan you saw last week. And, our forecast for 21-22 is dropping 15 million and increasing fund balance to 3.7 months. For 22-23, last week we walked through all those extra costs. We talked about AARs, we talked about the reduction in campus staffing, and we talked about this 3-2-1 plan and how that would all impact the general fund. And when we got down to the bottom, the total was adding $3 million to fund balance. It's a projection, and these are projections of actual costs, not the budget you would adopt, but what we think the year would ultimately finish as. And remember, there are lots of estimates all over in revenue and expenditures. But this is our estimate. With that 3-2-1 plan, we would end up somewhere around 3 million being added to fund balance, bringing our months of operations to 3.8. Now, for this slide, our future years don't include any future increases or any increases for salaries or for health insurance. We have another slide where we're going to show you what that looks like, but for this one, we're just looking straight at not doing anything additional in those future years, just so that you can see what the cost looks like. So remember, in 23-24, I've now run out of ESSER funds and I'm going to bring that $20 million worth of teachers back into the general fund. So in 23-24, without giving any additional increases or planning for any additional health insurance costs, we will have a net loss of $22 million. That's our forecast. So we will lose half a month of fund balance, go from 3.8 months to 3.3 months. And then we'll have other things, increasing costs going out in 24, 25, and 25, 26. And so if you continue that trend out, by the time you're done with 25, 26, you'll end up at 2.2 months of fund balance. All right, so now let's start bringing in those other plans, okay? So here's our 3-2-2 plan. 3% for hourly, 2% for teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors, and 2% for administration. So remember, this one didn't have it had about a $600,000 increase in costs. So our 22 to 23 forecast, instead of dropping 3.4 to fund balance, we'll only add about 2.8. And then in future years, we'll end up bringing our months of fund balance from 3.2 to 2.7 and 2.1. Looking at the 3-3-2 plan, the 3% for hourly, 3% for teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors, and 2% for administration. That was when we saw the increase, because our teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors are our expensive group. So when we moved them from 2 to 3, instead of dropping close to $3 million in increasing our fund balance, now we're almost at a break even where we're only adding about $100,000 to fund balance. And that brings it down to 3.7. And then our cost, once we bring back the teachers from ESSER 2, is about $25 million in a loss. And that would bring it down to 3.1 months of fund balance. And so 24, 25, and 25, 26, ultimately, if you didn't make any changes, you'd end up roughly about 1.8 months of fund balance. All right, so the 4-3-2 plan. Now, this one was a little bit more expensive than the 3-3-2 plan. We're looking at 4% for hourly, 3% for teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors, and 2% for administration. And so here we'd have a small loss in 22-23, and then a loss of about $26 million in 23-24. And it had a similar, number of months of fund balance, bringing us down to 1.8 at the end of 25-26. Now, bear in mind, I'm showing you 2 legislative sessions in here. So there is, I'll talk a little bit more about it later, but I just want to remind you while I'm here, who knows what the legislature is going to do in 23 and in 25. So these forecasts don't have them doing absolutely nothing, changing nothing. And so whether or not we'd be lucky or unlucky whenever they did make changes remains to be seen, but these assume that there are no changes whatsoever in those sessions.
And Susie?
Yes.
From 2011 to 2019, they didn't do a lot of any changes to our funding models. 2019, that's when they changed some things. But so when you look at those raises that we gave, we were trying to really do our best during those years from 2011 to 2019 with little to no new money. So like Susie was saying, just so you can remember, 22-23 legislative session, and then 24, 25, 23, 24, 2 years, 25, 26, another legislative session. So we hope they can do something. They're supposed to be sitting on a pile of money, but in the past, they've had a rainy day fund that they never shared with us. So I just want to caution everybody that there is 2 legislative sessions coming in this forecast, but if history is any indication, they might not do as much as they probably should be.
All right, so now let's add in the 4-3-3, 4% for hourly, 3% for teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors, and 3% for administration. And you can see here a little bigger loss in 22-23, and ultimately working your way down to 1.7 months in 25-26. In our last plan is the 5-4-3, 5% for hourly, 4% for teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors, and 3% for administration. And now I think I've said that little thing so many times that I think you have it, so I'll start saying just 5-4-3 so you don't have to hear me say teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors every time. But this one would have a loss of about $4 million in 22-23. When we bring back the teachers from ESSER, we'll end up at nearly $30 million in 23-24 without any changes, dropping fund balance at the end of 25-26 to about 1.4 months. So bear in mind, this is our forecast, what we think the year would actually end up at. Remember, we talked a little bit last week about budget. So budget is bigger or more expensive, is a better term, than what our forecast is, because the budget is almost like your worst case scenario. You'd have staff, every position filled every minute of every day, and everybody would spend every single dollar they were given. Now, I know Dan's never going to spend all his budget. I know that there's no way we can keep staff full 100% all year long. So the budget isn't necessarily realistic, but it is your worst case scenario, and it does account for all the costs. So let's take a look at what kind of budgets you would have to adopt for the plans presented. So in 22-23, with the plan that we presented last week, the 3-2-1 plan, we were showing you an increase to fund balance of about $3 million. But the budget would need to be a loss of about $17 million for you to adopt to include all of those potential spending. 23-24, that'd be close to $40 million. 24-25, 41, and 25-26, that would be a loss of $43 million that you would have to adopt. And that would have a budget fund balance of 1.7 months. But again, bear in mind, that's not what we would expect to actually have happen. So let's look at what the budget looks like for the other plans. So 3-2-2, it would be nearly an $18 million loss for the budget for 22-23. And by the time you get to 25-26, it'd be about $44 million, bringing you back down to 1.7. And again, these budgets don't have future increases beyond 22-23 for salaries or health insurance. We're going to do the same exercise again, where we show you future increases in the impact, but for this set, we're just doing the increase in 22-23. 3-3-2, a $20 million loss for your budget, and working your way down to 1.4 months in 25-26. A 4-3-2 is $21 million, and again, you work down about 1.4. 4-3-3 is $22 million loss, working your way down to 1.3 for your budget in 25-26, or a $48 million decrease to fund balance. Your 5-4-3, your 22-23 budget would be a loss of $25 million, and your 25-26 would end up to be about a budget of negative $51 million. So, yeah, no.
Every fall, we bring you first, that financial integrity rating system of Texas. It says to be able to get a superior rating, you have to have at least 2.5 months of fund balance. I know there was a question of what should we have, 3 months, should we have 2 months? But I just want to throw that out because they look at your actual. So whatever the actual will be as of June 30th of this year will get a rating. So they look at your fund balance. So it's got to be 75 days, which is 2.5 months. So that's just something to keep in the back of your head when you're going through these.
Yeah, Mr. Villarreal, because we did. This was a great question that you all had asked at the study. So one, they look at our first rating, so we couldn't get the superior rating. But what else happens as we drop down under 2.5 months?
Your debt service, your ability to borrow money or remarket it, some of those bonds that we've been doing have been saving money. We have a high rating, So it's easy for us to sell bonds, but once it drops to a certain level, you start getting dinged, and your ratings might be lowered where the cost of selling those bonds or remarketing some of those bonds, that cost will go up. So we've been able to knock down the debt service from 40 cents to 30 cents in the last 10 years, and so that would inhibit us from being able to do that. So yeah, that's the other part of the equation, is that it would hurt us as far as selling some bonds or remarketing those bonds.
And one of the things TEA put that indicator into first because it's one of the things they monitor very closely. So they want to make sure that districts aren't spending their fund balance down to nothing because of the consequences and the inability to function once you don't have any fund balance. And so the problems created with it. So they have that indicator in first so that they can get early warning signs that the district is having problems. And so once you start having issues there, you'll have issues in other areas. And TEA is very clear, like once you start failing first, you fail a couple of times, then they're going to appoint a monitor. Eventually, they'll put a group in to replace you guys. And so they'll just take over the board and start making the decisions for the district if these kinds of things start happening. So one of their big warning indicators where they'll start monitoring and addressing issues with the district is fund balance. And so it's an important indicator for them. And they actually have told me that we're not going to wait till you get too far down before we start pestering you. And so they're, like I said, they monitor fund balance very closely because they know how important it is. So we'll talk a little bit later about some of this and about why fund balance is important.
May I ask a quick question, Madam President?
Yeah.
So if I'm looking at this right, in 24-25, no matter what, we're below 2.5.
Yeah.
Based on the current snapshot here on this sheet.
Yes.
Obviously, there's a lot of assumptions. But
yeah. If all things hold level,
right,
we'd end up at 2.3 at the end of 24-25.
But regardless, we're going to be in an issue. 24-25 will be below the 2.5 month fund balance.
If we do not.
So,
okay.
But will you clarify, because I asked that question today, fund balance in months for budget versus?
TEA only cares about our forecasted actuals. Well,
The
it won't be
actuals.
forecasted when they look at it. It'll be actuals.
Actuals.
So they don't ever necessarily look at our budgeted fund balance because they know that.
They want to see the real dollars in the
Yep.
account,
But-
the actual, okay.
But yes, sir, in 25-26, we're our forecast actuals to be 2.2 months.
Okay.
Between now and then, we would have to do quite a bit of cost containment, and there's some items that we'd have to really look closely
Right,
at.
and as we go through the rest of this at the end, I think,
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lackhorn, you have some slides, and I'll add some context to that very question.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Mr. Hilliard.
Yeah, that's not doing it status quo all the way. So, all right, so let's look. We talked about it. Somebody asked last week about, well, we would want to keep giving raises in those future years. And so, again, with our revenue picture the way it looks, and if nothing changed, this is what that 3-2-1 plan does to our change in fund balance if we did 3-2-1 every year going out. So we do a 3%, 2%, 1% raise in 22-23. We do another 3%, 2%, 1% raise in 23-24. Another 3%. I won't go all the way through, but it's in each year. And we did the same roughly 6% increases for the district contribution to health insurance. So if we did those two things every single year going out, this is our forecasted actual, mind you. So if we did that every year, nothing changes on our cost structure, nothing changes in our revenue picture, then we would be down to 0.6 months by 25-26. So it starts going very quickly. As you can see, you jump from 3.8 to 3.0 to 1.9 to 0.6. So that $22 million loss that we talked about earlier, where you didn't do an increase in 23-24, that's about half a month. So a month of fund balance is roughly $44 million. Now it changes based on the size of your cost structure because it's how many months of operations you have in fund balance. But 1 month is roughly 44 million, and so that $22 million loss is going to take off about $500,000. I mean, half of a month, sorry. All right, so let's look at the other months. The other plans, sorry. The 322, we'd go from 3.8, and then this one is doing 322 each time. So 322 every year will go from 3.8 to 2.9 to 1.8 to 0.5. Doing a 332 every year would send us negative in fund balance in 25, 26. And as soon as I typed that into the slide, I had to call Dan and say, Dan, I don't think I've ever typed in a negative fund balance before. And so he had to calm me down a little bit. So we'd end up negative in 25, 26. Now again, this is doing a 332 every year in all those out years. 432, a little bit more expensive, sends you to negative 0.2. A 433, negative 0.4, and a 543. And obviously we wouldn't ever get there because by then TEA would said stop the buses, and we'd be doing something else. So, but this is just the impact of those ongoing increases and how they interact with our flat revenue structure. So now we've looked at forecasted actuals. So that's what we would forecast to actually be. If we bring in budget, again, the same principle applies. We need a bigger budget because we have every staff filled all the way, and we'd have every dollar being spent. So you'd have a negative $50 million budget in 23-24 if you did a 3-2-1 2 years in a row. And if you did it 4 years in a row, you'd end up at a negative budget of $76 million, and you'd be down to 0.2 months in your budget, okay? So here's the same information for the 322, the 332, 432, 433, and 543. So I had to expand the column widths when I got to the negative $109 million. So, all right, so let's talk about why fund balance is important. Dan touched on this a little bit. Last time we talked about how we don't have steady streams of revenue. We get the bulk of our money from property taxes. We get payments from TEA periodically throughout the year, but really at the first of the year, we don't have a lot of streams of revenue. And so we need fund balance to help us get through those months because we still have to meet payroll. We still have to do those things. Now, if we didn't have a fund balance and we needed to meet payroll, we would then be forced to go out and borrow money in order to pay those bills until the time came that we got our property tax collections, and then we could pay off the debt to get there. Another thing that fund balance really helps with is emergency spending. So just a few years ago, we had Winter Storm Uri. It cost us about $2 million in repairs right off the bat. Now, our insurance, reimbursed us for that, but we still haven't seen all those reimbursements. We've seen most, but we haven't seen all of them. And because we had fund balance, there wasn't a struggle of where are we going to get the money? And we didn't have to go borrow money to make those repairs because fund balance was there to help us get through an emergency situation. And as you can see, we had a pretty big hailstorm in 2016, and we had some roofs that needed immediate repair to be functional. And so fund balance helps us get that while we wait on our insurance reimbursements or other needs. Another thing is that it helps us handle fluctuations in revenue due to enrollment and attendance changes. So, we're projecting enrollment, but that doesn't mean that just because we project it, just because we're estimating that's going to be, that doesn't mean all those kids are here in the fall. And so that means we won't have as much revenue as we were expecting if that happens. And then but fund balance helps us survive those years whenever we are off and our revenue isn't as high as we are expecting. As Dan mentioned earlier, fund balance is important for bond ratings. So When the ratings agencies review us, fund balance is a big part of that. And so when we have a strong fund balance, they give us better ratings, which means we can issue our debt at lower rates and save the taxpayer money. And then finally, as we were talking before, first, the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, each year, once we close the books, TEA will go through and rate us. And so one of their key indicators is fund balance. And if you don't have 75 days, you won't receive a superior rating. So.
And we've always gotten a superior rating, correct? Or at least for the last, as long as I've been on the board. Okay.
Now, I will do a nice disclaimer here. Those indicators are changing a lot. And so TEA changed it to 75 days in recent history. And they have other indicators. And so it's going to be really interesting to see where FIRST goes in the future. And it's kind of surprising to see them increase these things because when you change a rating, not everybody has the flexibility to adjust and get there. So it's great that we were in a position that we already had the 75 days whenever they made this adjustment. All right. So now I was showing you, with the 3-2-1 plan last week and this week, showing you that we would lose $22 million in actuals next year. But as I said before, ESSER is helping us buy time until that time comes that all those costs come back into the general fund. And that $22 million loss is obviously not sustainable. I told you how it was at losing half a month of fund balance each year. So that's not something we can sustain. So in order to offset that, we don't have a lot of options in increasing our revenue. So your only other option when your revenue is flat, you have to cut costs. So let's look at some of the challenges of cutting costs and why it can be hard to do. So one of the most talked about things we have when we're talking about our budget is that we're 85% of our budget and our costs are salaries and benefits. So when such a large percentage of your spending is in people and you need to make large cuts, you very likely have to make those cuts in people. Now, granted, we historically have been through these situations before, and we never cut individual people necessarily, it's positions. And so we have enough turnover given our size that through attrition, you're not actually cutting individual people, but you're reducing your positions. And in addition to that, we have certain costs that are beyond our control or we have very little influence. Each year I always bring it up, that we pay roughly $3 million to the appraisal district because all of the districts that they appraise for, all the entities, it's not just school districts, pay fees to support their budget, their costs. They're not funded directly out of the county's budget. And so we can't control what those costs are going to be. And so anything that's outside our control always drives the accountants crazy. So there are a lot of things that we just really can't influence. Or if we do have influence, it's pretty small. So we don't have a big say in what fuel prices are going to do. Another problem, speaking of fuel prices, when you have costs like that increasing and you're trying to make cuts at the same time, so now I have to make bigger cuts. So not only do I need to make cuts to change my operating structure, now I need to make extra cuts to offset the costs of increasing things that are increasing at an abnormally high rate. So utilities, fuels, and parts are things that we're seeing are increasing significantly in recent history. And as they increase at an abnormal rate, then we have to cut even more at a time when we're trying to cost contain and lower our cost structure. Finding cuts that have very little impact to students and staff. At this point in time, as Dr. Micah was mentioning, we're pretty lean. Recently, another district had posted their phase one of their cost containment strategy. And I got out my magnifying glass and I'm looking very closely. And a lot of things they had, we've never had. Like, there was a whole department that I think Ms. Caldwell does all that work. I think it's like 10 people. I think Ms. Caldwell does all the work of those 10 people. And so they had departments that were twice the size of ours, even though, you know, the same department that we have, even though they're smaller than us. And so going through there, looking for things that they're cutting, I couldn't find similar things in our district because we either never had them or we've already cut them. So we're already lean in a lot of ways compared to others. And so those things that have very little negative impact to students and staff were already not here. And a thing that we had mentioned before, we've got 2 legislative sessions within this forecasted time frame. Anything can happen. We've had years where we thought we were going to get money and then a bill comes in at the last minute and we get nothing. We've had years where they've given us money, but they tied things to it. And so we didn't have discretion over how we spent it. House Bill 3 was a lot more like that than what we originally imagined. It drastically changed school funding, but a lot of things were specified through it. So when it was ultimately said and done, we got more money, but we've got a lot less that was for us to use discretionary, you know, at whatever we chose. And so those are things that are out there that create challenges when we're looking at developing cost containment to bring that 22 million or whatever number it comes out to be, bringing that closer down to a break-even number so that we are not constantly whittling away that fund balance. A couple of other items to think about. I think, Mr. Hilliard, before you had mentioned funding for officers. So last time we talked, or maybe the time before, it's all starting to blur together. We had talked about, like, if we need to add officers as we evaluate our safety plans, we could always use contingency. And we definitely can, but at this point in time, I also want to remind you that we can do budget amendments. It's not something we did a lot of last year, but in the past, we definitely have that available. So remember, what you adopt doesn't have to be the final budget. So we can always bring changes to you. And for something like additional officers, so for having 1 officer at every campus, that would cost between 1.7 million and 2 million more than what we're spending now. And for something like that, it would almost wipe out contingency. And so it would make it harder for us to hire teachers that we needed if we surpassed 22-1 as the year went on. So a budget amendment would be a great way to manage those kinds of things. And so that doesn't just apply to additional NEPD officers, that applies just across the board. So as things come up, we can always come back to you to amend and change any of these budgets that you adopt. So another thing to think about is, and we've done it in the past, is adopting a compensation plan with some contingencies in it. So a resolution that says if we do or perform or get more kids than what we were expecting, if we hit certain markers above and beyond what we had initially projected, then we could actually do a contingent resolution for additional pay and then do a retroactive payment to our staff.
Right. So let's give a for instance. So we've talked a lot about our ADA or our attendance rates, right? And they haven't returned to normal. So we're forecasting a certain ADA, and we're not taking it. So before the pandemic began, Dan, remind me, it was like 95.2?
95 point, yes, sir. 95.2.
Somewhere like that. So that was traditionally what we would have an attendance rate of across the district. Through the pandemic this year, what we've seen is 92.8?
8. Yes, sir.
Okay, 92.8. So the difference in those is for every 1%, that's a little over $4 million in lost revenue. Okay? So what we've done, and again, we've just set certain markers as benchmarks. One of these issues that is available to you all as a board is you can do this resolution to say, actually, if we don't, I think we've said 93.5, right? Because we're just going to try to, none of us feel very comfortable in saying we're going to return back when we haven't seen it yet, all right? One of the things, though, is let's say we go into the fall. Two things happen. One, we've made a projection about what we think enrollment will look like. Well, we come to October snapshot. So just Ms. Landry, Ms. Villarreal, since you're brand new, that is when the state, we have to submit our numbers of enrollment for the district, all right? That is then how our funding is based off of, is at the end of October, all right? So let's say October comes and holy cow, we're off. We're actually 500 students off. Well, that's new revenue for us because our forecasts or our projections, we weren't right. So that's one thing. So we could say that 500 students would generate like
6160 per.
Right.
So what, like 3 mil?
So 3 mil.
A little north of 3 mil.
So all of a sudden, you have $3 million at your disposal as a school district. The other thing, again, so remember that 1%. So let's say we go in and we see the return of students back to classes and they're not missing the days that they did this year. And that 93.5 becomes 94. That's $2 extra million. So what Susie is talking about is you could adopt a compensation package basically with a component to it that if certain markers are met at these times of the year, you can say these are retroactive to the beginning of the school year. Does that make sense? So we could say in November, I hope this is going to happen. Hey, holy cow. Look at that. We got more students than we projected and our attendance rates are up. We actually feel pretty confident and we think you have an additional $4.5 million. And ladies and gentlemen, here's a recommendation for us, from us to you as to, I think we should. But really what you can do is say, we want to use it now in this resolution, and we can just make it retroactive. So I think that would happen. Dan, what would that do? Here's my question, because I failed to ask this. How would they get that? Would there be tax implications for the employee retroactively? Would they get a large lump sum at some point?
What we would do is just take the number of payments still left and just include
and divide
it
it out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that make sense?
That was our final point.
So in other words, if we adopted that, then we wouldn't go bankrupt, essentially.
It is a tool we can leverage to do something if the numbers look better.
Because, look, and I meant to say this, and thank you, Ms. Villarreal, for bringing that up. If you adopt a compensation plan that is an aggressive one, rather than me, Dan, myself, and Susie looking and slowly figuring out, here's what we can live without, you're expediting my cuttings. That's what's going to have to happen because I can't let us get there. I just can't. So I'm going to say, well, you know what? We're going to have to start cutting some things. And it's going to be people because it has to be. The managed funds I can constrict a little bit, but we've been constricting them for some time. It's going to have to be people. And so, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, but Ms. Huey, you brought up about counselors. Well, I have to, again, I'll remind you what I said. I'm going to look at the things that I legally do not have to do. I do not have to supply stand counselors. See, so those are the things. I do not legally have to bus kids. I do not legally have to, we could do things like, you know what, we're not going to bus kids 2 miles anymore. We're going to do 3 mile or a 4 mile radius because we're going to save money. We could do it, not suggesting that, but I'm just giving you some examples of these are ways you can do it. You start looking through the system going, what is it that we don't legally have to have. The compensation plan that I recommended to you all is one that myself, Dan, and Susie feel good about, that doesn't push us too quickly into some things. I will tell you, we are slowly getting in our STAR data, and that's really going to inform a lot of my thinking moving forward, because this is really, finally, after all these years, the chance that we've been looking for to see how are we doing academically. We got robbed of that in 19. And so we're going to look at those things, and Mr. Jarrett knows that there are certain things that if I don't see a return on investment, we're not doing. It's just that simple, because it didn't get us what we needed. I don't want to start expediting that too quickly. The analogy I give is, I don't want to cut the red wire, and when they're all red, I'm not sure which one is the wrong one, right? So we don't want to be pushed too quickly, but I understand you have a lot of things to weigh as well. All right? I do.
But just to clarify, that compensation resolution, you're still bringing forward a proposed recommendation for compensation on the 20th?
Correct. So
Okay.
my
So the
recommendation is still there, right,
Okay.
from the other day. But what I'm saying is, what we can add, if you would,
It would be an
like,
addition.
Is this component that says, if certain markers are met in the fall or the spring or whenever you all decide, that these can then be spent in compensation.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify
make
that you
sense?
were not
So-
suggesting just doing the compensation resolution. You were still bringing forward a recommendation.
Right. Oh, no. I'm still recommending 321. That's still there. I'm saying you could add in addition to it this piece of, if ADA is higher than anticipated, if enrollment comes in higher than anticipated, that money, rather than going to the bottom line, is used for pay.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
And a retention supplement is for November.
And that
then-
is still,
And then working with Mr. Jarrett and federal program people to try to see we can squeeze out another retention for March.
okay. All right. I just want to say something, because I know that, we've gotten the emails. We all have heartburn over this because we want to give our teachers a raise, want them to feel valued. I'm going to tell you about a conversation or two that I've had with Dr. Micah. Back in the spring, he said, I don't think we can do a raise. He said, I think we can do a 1% retention. And I said, we have to do something. So he went to Susie and Dan, and he came back and he said, okay, I think we can do a 1% raise and a 1% retention. I was like, okay, I feel good about that we're trying. So then when he came with the presentation, 3-2-1, I was like, oh my gosh, and a retention, he's kind of getting us there. And then to hear, from our teachers, I guess we as trustees have to be fiscally responsible. We can't be having, 1.5 in the fund balance. Susie has worked really hard because, it's her job to keep us on track. And I'll tell you, I'm a numbers person. As a former auditor and compliance officer, to see adopting a budget with such big negative numbers, it kind of makes you pause. But anyway, I appreciate that you and everybody went back and brought these numbers. I think it gives board members the opportunity to think about, what they might want to see. Does anybody have any questions?
Ms. Corona, and I just, if you don't mind if I add something, as I was talking earlier, I want you to know that as I sat with a legislator today, I was talking about the big four. I said, every session you all talk about those big four: counselors, nurses, librarians, and teachers. What about bus drivers, custodians, all of these folks that if we didn't have them, school wouldn't look like school? And they just kind of looked at me, and I said, you've got to realize that school systems are employing many more people than just teachers. So when you talk compensation, please think about those folks in the system that you're not talking about. So that has been, Miss Deb, you and I have met now, I think, with 3 different, I've said the same thing repeatedly to them, is that if they're going to talk compensation, they have to talk entire compensation, not just about the big 4 that loves to grab media lines, right? And it does. But to the bus driver that spoke earlier about, going in and cleaning those rooms, if you'll remember, for those of you on the board, that was a way to keep them employed rather than laying them off, was to try to keep them in the system so that we didn't have to, because that was back when we weren't running routes. And so we brought them in and did other things to make that happen. So we didn't have a financial impact on them. I don't think you all know that, but we were pulling folks in from other pieces that couldn't work when we didn't have school and finding them other things to do to make it, just to keep them employed, just to make sure that they weren't becoming unemployed and then we were trying to hire them back at some other point.
Okay. Did you have a question?
Thanks again so much for a great presentation. I just wanted a little clarification because the numbers looked the same to me. On slide 9, the 332, when you have teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors, I just wanted to say that. The subtotal is 6.8 million, and then on the next slide, slide 10 is the 432, and you have the same subtotal.
In both slides, teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors are getting 3%. So it'll be the same total on both slides. The only change between those two is in the hourly number.
So see, the 4% is just for the paras and the auxiliary. The teachers stay the same at 3. So that's why they don't change. On all those where it's the 3 in the middle, the only one that changes is that 5-4.
Right, I was gonna say on the 543, then it changes to 9.
Yep, because teachers, librarians, nurses, and counselors then are moving from 3 to
That's
4.
when they go to the 4%.
Yeah, they're the middle number.
Otherwise, they're staying the same in those.
Okay. And then Dan already answered the other question about how would how would our bond rating be affected regarding the fund balance, number of months in fund balance. And then do we ever have what I'm calling rollover money? So say the end of the year comes, we didn't spend everything, this is a aggressive budget, if you will. We're trying to account for everything, but say the end of the year, we still have our fund balance, plus do we ever have something in addition to that
So anything you have left over will go to fund balance when you're done. Now, in September every year, so one thing that happens is campuses and departments will order things that don't make it in before the end of the fiscal year. And so we don't necessarily punish them because of supply chain issues and such. So we allow them to roll over some of their leftover funds from one year to the next. And we actually bring that to you every September as a budget amendment. And so we'll show you of last year's POs and such, this is the money that didn't make it but was already encumbered and slated to be spent with last year's money. Can we add this to the budget for the current year so that those campuses and departments' budgets aren't negatively impacted just because something was missing a chip and didn't get shipped here before June 30th. So we do that every year, but ultimately anything that's left unspent, improves the change to fund balance each year.
Okay. Okay. Looks like we need a marketing campaign over the summer to help kids come to any ISD.
Well, what else is there that we can do? Is there anything we can do to raise revenue? Because we've talked about cost, other than more kids.
So, well, you can do more kids, potentially. So, Mr. Villarreal, help me, and Susie, I think we've talked about two ways. One is you can do what many districts up in the Dallas area did, which is they open their borders, which means you do not have to reside in the school district. If you were, for instance, you reside in Harlandale, you could open your borders and say, if you live in Harlandale, you can come to Northeast. You can open them. For every kid you get in, you're still going to collect that $6,000. So that's one way to do it. The other way you can do by raising more revenue is you can have a VATRE, which is a voter-approved tax ratification election. So, there are a couple of districts, one to the north, one to the immediate south, that did it. I think we've talked about that a little bit. If that's something you wish for me to explore further, I can do that. I have not. Other than a little bit of, just kind of learning about it. But is there any other thing that I'm missing, Dan, as far as, those are the two that we've really talked about.
Yes, sir.
Opening borders to get kids or a VATRE. I will tell you, opening borders is a very big discussion right now in this area. Just so you all know, because you may not, we are surrounded by 4 districts. 3 of them have open borders. Okay? Every one of them, through that lever report, have our kids in them. Correct. That is choice. Now, here's what I don't know.
I'm sorry.
No, here's what I don't know. I don't know if those are employees' kids, because look, we're open for that. If you live in another district and you want to bring your child in, we allow it. So I don't know necessarily who they are. I just know the number. And I'm sorry, Miss Landry.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I
No,
interrupted.
go ahead.
Do those schools offer transportation? And if we opened our borders, would that have an implication on transportation?
Yeah. No, they do not provide transportation. So if you reside outside the district, you have to provide your own transportation.
So can you explore those options, or do we have to vote on it at the end by making a motion?
I think we need to probably do a motion, Madam President, just to make it official. That way the board is
So we'll
directed.
do that at the end.
I would feel more comfortable by you voting on it.
Okay, all right. So will somebody remind me about that at the end? Okay, anything else? Because I think in the essence of time.
Okay, I just had a couple of really quick ones, and that relates back to some of the comments that were made this evening. When we're talking about compensation, is there things that we can look at outside of the salaries, like we heard about tools having to be provided and personal items that had to be replaced when a student. So is there those things?
Yeah,
that
the
we can-
personal item thing, I'll just remind you, you actually voted
We
and
did.
approved that.
That's
So my note in here is to talk to Dr. Mitchell as to how come that didn't get disseminated and to make sure it does.
Thank you.
As far as other things, Ms. Huey, I'll just remind you, that's why we lowered pre-K tuition for employees. That's why we've extended hours at the swim for them to swim for free. It's why we've worked with a partnership over at Morgan's Wonderland to allow our employees, we had it through January through I think March, to go and play pickleball Monday nights for free. We have done all sorts of other things. I made truly, Miss Chancellor helped me all year really focus on the benefits, the free gym that they have over here, all sorts of things that are available, not just compensation.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, then there was just one other thing, and that's, we're talking about the decrease in the number of students, and I was trying to remember, I cannot recall how many teachers we've had in the past, and knowing that 10,000 students didn't come from one place, and we couldn't close a few schools because of that. I know it's spread out everywhere, but have we had a substantial decrease in the number of our staff?
Every year when we're showing, our slides, we do that whole section on campus staffing.
Right.
And so we walk you through, and I feel like I've been saying for a while now, because we have loss of enrollment,
we'll be reducing the number of teachers each year.
Miss Hugh, so I can remember my very first year as the assistant superintendent, I was put in charge of staffing. I think it was hazing, but, because it was tough, and I had to cut 120 positions that year, teaching. 120 teaching positions. So absolutely. How many? I don't know. We'd have to go back and look, but I can tell you it's a lot of teachers over time. Yes.
Yeah, because I know, Dan, was it what, 2009 when we had the severe cost containment?
Yes,
or was
ma'am.
it 11?
Well, 9 was the changes, and 11 were the changes, and that's when we filed for financial exigency.
Right.
We didn't have to use it, but that's when we really hit some cost containments, and again in 13.
And Mr. Villarreal, there was a period in time in the school district where we actually shuttered a couple of schools, correct?
Yes, sir.
Due
That's
to
in the 90s.
enrollment and some things. So
Cerna was closed for a while.
correct.
Yeah.
I mean,
Cerna
and
and
JK, I
JK.
believe, was
Yeah, that's
closed.
right, yeah.
Yep.
So you know, I guess maybe it's a cycle.
Mhm.
It's coming back again.
Okay, talking about these cycles, then, is some of this maybe, I know that we've had a loss to competition, but is it some of it too, the aging of the district? As people are staying in their homes instead of moving out for young families to move in? Yeah.
Yeah. Miss Hugh, I think we've talked about this before, but, I was in a neighboring school district over the weekend driving home from the baseball game and drove through, and they're like homes from the 200s, brand new. And I'm thinking, there's nowhere in Northeast that we have that. Miss Landry, right across from Madison High School, there are some going in there, and they're like in the 400s. And I'll just tell you, when you look at that 400 and you look at that 200, there's a lot of comparisons there. They're not that different. That's just our average home price from our projections has gone from $279,000 in 19, the average home price, to $330,000 in Northeast.
And 72% of our homeowners don't have any
Don't
kids
have children.
Yep.
Yep.
And that is an increase from the past, because I
Yes,
recall
ma'am.
it used to be in the 60s.
Yes,
the low
ma'am.
60s. Yeah.
It is.
So, okay, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, thank you again. Thank you for bringing that back to us this evening. I really appreciate that. Item 10, Board Business A, possible action regarding TASB advocacy resolutions. Has everybody had a chance to review those resolutions? Did anybody have any questions or concerns?
Yes, Madam President. The one on the high-speed broadband, that seems like a Texas public utility issue, kind of a way. That's the only one that didn't really make a lot of sense to me. I mean, it's tangential to what we're doing. I know what they're going for, but that was the one that didn't make a lot of sense to me.
And I think that was, when we first talked about that, that was one that was thrown out in ideas. So, I mean, we can do all or none or, whatever y'all want to do on this.
Well, and I
So-
think some of that came from a couple of years ago with TASB. I know that was a big push, and especially going through schools being shut down and realizing the lack of that infrastructure that schools and students and families had. And so you had kids that weren't able to keep up because they had to get paper packets because they couldn't go to or they had to go to school, get paper packets because they didn't have access to internet. And so, whereas it is also a utility issue, it also is our families and our students have those issues. And so, if there's something, Ms. Williams, Ms. Hugh, you have something
it did
from
get
the
the ear of the
TASB.
legislators. I mean, they were looking at various methods to help improve that situation. I didn't really go anywhere, but it is on the radar, so
Right.
And I don't know if we're one more, if as a collective group, we're one more entity pushing that public utility.
Now, let's though keep in mind, though, if that resolution is already in the resolution packet, ours may not make the grade, or it would be considered a duplicate, which is one of the ones I was going to bring up, the very first one about a sustainable school finance system that responds to changing student and workforce needs. I think that's extremely duplicative of the cornerstone principles and the priorities that are already in TASB. Let me see if I can get that cornerstone. Cornerstone is fulfillment of public schools unique, let's see, hang on just a second. Adequate and equitable funding to provide an exceptional education and a safe environment. So that's in the cornerstone. And then it's reinforced too with about preventing diversion of public funds through vouchers, tax credits, education grants, and other mechanisms. It's also in, that's in the cornerstones, but then it's also in the priorities too about funding. It's a little bit longer piece, a little bit more specific about calls upon the legislature to aggressively commit to maintain the promises and dedication of funding made in the school finance system implemented under HB 3. And further, that it should implement a funding structure that recognizes the flexibility needed by and the additional cost by school incurred by schools. So it kind of...
He's suggesting that it
I
would be something
think
that would
one,
already be covered.
If we submitted it, it would be, I don't want to use the term rejected, it would just be noted as duplicative.
Okay, so do you want to not do that one?
I think that one, and
if we're already on
I'd
the
like to
broadband-
get Deb's input on it too, if she feels, I don't think it's different enough from the existing priorities to warrant us submitting it as a resolution.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Mike, executive staff, and guests. Yes, these were
teachers, nurses, counselors,
yes, right, teachers. These were the 5 items you discussed at your meeting, and so we just took a stab at creating a resolution for your consideration tonight. Yes, TASB has already school finance pieces. It absolutely could be duplicative of those pieces. And do I think that we would be the only school district in Texas submitting a school finance one? No. I think we all have to keep that on our radar. So yes, I do think that it is covered to some extent by TASB already.
Okay, so kind of hearing not to do that one. Is that right?
I would agree.
Okay.
If it's duplicate, no reason.
So the
Not saying it's not important, that's not.
no,
Right.
I know. Okay, so then,
Definitely at the top of the list for task, yeah.
so what about the high-speed broadband one?
We've already pushed that. I think I mean, I'm guessing other people may push it. Obviously, we're a more urban area where there already is free public libraries, lots of other places. Not saying that's maybe not an important issue, but I would think there's higher priorities for TASB to be focusing on than this. That's my opinion. I don't know what the other trustees think.
They actually have, I mean, that is a high priority for them though, because we may be the large district, but the majority of the districts are
Right.
not.
No, that's fair.
And they have faced a lot bigger, the challenges that we face, multiply those tenfold for some of these smaller districts.
Well,
So,
and I personally, at least in my area, I mean, I think we've got a pretty high percentage of people who have trouble accessing some of that stuff. And so, I mean, if it's something that we can push or from our district to the state level, I think it would be beneficial. I mean, as a valuable tool for a lot of families.
And these resolutions are meant to give TASB guidance when they're advocating for us and when we're going to testify, if any of us go to testify, we can look back and say, look, we have these resolutions from these districts, Mr. Legislator or Ms. Legislator, we need your help on getting these through to help all of the state, not just our district, so.
Okay,
I
so
think it's a keep, yeah.
the other 4, does anybody have any comments or questions about the other? Okay, so what we'll do is we will not submit the one on school finance. Is that what I'm hearing? So do I have a motion to approve the advocacy resolutions for recalibrating the statewide accountability, the ledge to examine the learning gaps caused by COVID-19 pandemic, to advocate for investments in expanding high-speed broadband internet, and the process for considering school capacity when a new charter application or expansion is submitted. Do I have a motion to approve those?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Byer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, the motion carries. Okay, item B, possible changes to board operating procedures. In the essence of time, since it's 8:50 and we have a large presentation with the district scorecard, I would like to table this item
I
to...
think the term is postponed.
Okay, I'd like to postpone this item to the June 23rd meeting, which is when we adopt the budget, and that should be a fairly short
Yes, ma'am.
meeting?
Yeah, we present, and then there's a public hearing, and then we adopt after that.
Okay. So I move to postpone that. Do I have a second?
To the 23rd of June meeting?
Yeah.
So moved.
Okay. All those in
Or
favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion carries. Thank you all for doing that. Okay. Item 11, new business for possible board action.
Can we take a recess, a 5-minute recess, since it's real quick for everybody before we
Yes.
start this, so we're all?
Sure.
Is that okay? I move to take a 5-minute recess.
Okay. We're going to reconvene, and it is 8:58. All right. Item 11, new business for possible board action. A, Balanced District Scorecard Update. 1, possible action regarding Balanced District Scorecard Update. Dr. Micah.
Thank you, Madam President. So, joining us this evening is Dr. Gibson. For those of you that were here, remember Dr. Gibson worked with us, or worked, I should say, with you all in developing this. So I have asked Dr. Gibson to come this evening to present. So for those of you that are new, Ms. Villarreal and Ms. Landry, Dr. Greg Gibson used to be the superintendent for SCUC right here in San Antonio at Shirt-Cibolo Shirt-Cibolo Universal City. It's a long, long
Converse,
name, correct.
Parts of unincorporated San Antonio.
But he is now works with Moat Casey, and so he has been working and doing all of this work for a scorecard. So, Dr. Gibson, I'm going to turn it over to you, even though I think this is my slide.
That's your slide, yes, sir.
So I just want to give everybody a reminder, so why are we engaging in this process, right? Right now. So for me and Mr. Hilliard, you and I have discussed it several times, but we really need to know where we're going. And so one of the things that my staff and I have been visiting about is really, what do we want to get accomplished? And what is important to you all as a board, and what is important to our community? We've talked before about, and we just have this up here to remind you. I've said this multiple times, and I'll continue to say it. We talk about the school district as one entity, but it's really 7 distinct communities with 7 distinct needs. And so what we have to do is kind of grab that all in there and try to figure out what we're about and where we're going to head. And then we also need to make certain that our community has some input and that they understand what we are working on so that there's not the miscommunication. And then furthermore, we got to know for the next 5, maybe 10 years, where are we going to focus? So as we're talking about things like budget challenges and those pieces, that we really know where we want to pay attention to, and then more importantly, where we don't want to pay attention to. Because I think I've said this many times, when everything's important, nothing's important. And so that's what this district scorecard is to help us do. So I hope I teed that up right.
Yeah, you
Dr.
did very
Gibson.
well. Thank you, Dr. Micah. And one of my favorite quotes, if everything matters in an organization, then nothing matters. So I've never gotten a tattoo, but if I ever did, that might be what I tattoo. I don't know. That might say a little bit more about me geeking out about strategic plans than anything else. But thank you. During the break, I had the opportunity to congratulate Ms. Landry and Ms. Villarreal. But I'll say it again publicly, congratulations. And I want to thank you, Ms. Grona, and Dr. Micah for giving me the opportunity, and trustees, to since January, to do some work to try to get strategic direction. And then that strategic direction will move to a strategic design of work. So that's kind of the nature of the presentation tonight. And of course, I want to thank Deb for her coordination, being the point of contact. And it really kind of got to a point in the last few weeks that phone would ring or a text message, and Otika just, Deb again. It's just like we were communicating a lot. We had a lot of balls up in the air. We were just trying to get through a lot of focus groups, and Otika actually knows Ms. Caldwell well, so it was okay. She knew what was going on. But thank you, Ms. Caldwell, for all the logistics and all of that. So, it strikes me that we're culminating 7 months, of work, potentially, tonight, or at least the concluding thoughts, and then we'll ask the board at the end, what direction they want to go from here. And, I guess it could be said that tonight would be the beginning, or the end of the beginning, rather, like this, because if we do this right, and Dr. Micah's vision from the beginning has been that there's a strategic direction that is generated from the strategic role, and we'll talk about that in just a little bit, with a lot of focus and feedback coming from the front line and from our customers that we've talked about, some of whom, maybe we're trying to earn back. That was, part of the conversation earlier. So, listen and actually leave out the tactical team, and now I'm kind of pointing here to cabinet on the initial part of it, which is a little bit different than the normal protocol that I'm, might just come in if you ask for the generic, I'll just say that we'll use the tactical team, we'll create an initial draft, and then we'll take it to focus groups, et cetera. Dr. Micah asked for a modification, and I think it's great, and now looking at the final product, I think we actually got to probably a more robust final product because of this little tweak. But we purposefully went to the board first, and then went to focus groups and to the customers, and you'll see, of course, tonight, it's in your packet, the final product of that recommendation back to the board. But just so in way of review, we in January, one of the first slides that we talked about was there's the strategic role, that's the board's role. This is the team that works on the system. It's the wide view, it's the tall view, 50,000 feet, and then there's the tactical role. So strategic team kind of off to my right now, tactical team, or leadership of the tactical team off to my left. They see the wide picture, 10,000 feet, and then I know you can read all of those, and I'm, in the interest of time, kind of picking and choosing a few bullets. But the tactical team, here they sit tonight, and they're working and talking about on the system, and then tomorrow they lead a meeting that's in the system, right? So they have to flex on, in, on, in. And then, of course, the operational roles where we get closer to our frontline employees, they are all 100% working in the system at all times. And one of my favorite things, and I think I told this story earlier, and but I love it, so I'm going to tell it again. But if we do this right, and maybe for a couple of the new board members, they didn't hear it, of course. But if we do this right, it's the NASA custodian story. So three custodians working for NASA that were interviewed by the same reporter, during the time period of trying to put a man on the moon. And the first one's interviewed, what's your job here? And the first custodian says to clean up after all these slobs. And so they ask the second one, the same question, and he answers to, get the room and keep it in order so that the engineers can do their job. And, the same question, two different answers. And then the third custodian, what's your job? He answers to put a man on the moon. And so that, that's the difference between, I think, external accountability, internal accountability, and then taking responsibility with work. So I know Dr. Micah's vision is for the balanced scorecard to not be what we call a spot, which is a strategic plan on the shelf. It's a living, breathing, viable document that is constantly informing and constantly providing a strategic direction that the tactical team probes and tests and tries things, and then they come back and say, okay, we tried this, it didn't work. Or we tried this, and here's the data, and it's being successful. So anyway, that's Ms. Landry and Ms. Villarreal, that's your quick catch-up to, I don't think I can give you Team of 8 credit, but that's your summary. That's your summary of the first 3-hour meeting. So moving forward, then, just as a reminder, if you see, so we talked about the strategic role, and if you'll see the bracket at the bottom, that's the board, and of course, and superintendent, Team of 8, if you will, and the first two columns on the 5-column balanced scorecard are what's being talked about tonight. The rest of the balanced scorecard, the key strategic actions, the progress measures, or sometimes called lead measures, and then the long-term outcomes, sometimes called lag measures, or formative measures, summative measures, and we can go down the whole list here. We settled at earlier board meetings on progress measures and long-term outcomes, which I think is a really good this is nice a way to describe column 4 and column 5, but let me click back one and take that tactical rollout. Just to be clear, tonight we are only talking about columns 1 and columns 2. Then the rationale for that is that once those are approved by the board, and that's kind of the green light for Dr. Micah to then bring the tactical team in and say, okay, if this is a key strategic objective, what is our key strategic action to get there? How are we going to measure it along the way? And how are we going to measure it at the end? That's the question that he'll just be a broken record just constantly as you build out the scorecard. I want to, and right now, just say that that could take the balance of the rest of this semester coming up, and that may seem a little incongruent. I have a feeling that the tactical team already have some notion, like if this strategic objective is approved, then this is a set of best practices. A part of the challenge moving ahead, and this is just a reminder for all of us, this is not necessarily an activity where we're just describing what we're already doing as a key strategic action, but it's an aspirational document of where we aspire to be. And so with that in mind, if you wanted to, let's just say hypothetically, the board adopted the first 2 columns tonight, and you said, we want the whole scorecard completed by next Friday, or the 23rd, the 23rd, when we're coming back. So it could be done, but what you're going to have in key strategic actions is what you're already doing. Does that make sense? So it's expedient, but so if you want to give time for some peeling back of layers, and did this work? Does that work? What's the best practice aligning to this nationwide or whatever? That just takes a little bit of time. But just as a reminder, the balanced scorecard, and I might stress the word balance for just a little bit. It's a reminder to the trustees, I said it several times, but so it's the balance between the 4 priorities. In other words, while we're improving student outcomes, here, let me click to the next slide. So while we're working on student outcomes, we're also considering staff perception, and we're also considering our stakeholders' perception. And then we just had a priority 4 discussion for the hour prior to mine, stewardship, right? So and so obviously that's important. We just finished a robust discussion about stewardship. So, yes, our primary mission is student. That's why that's probably up there, students. That's number 1. But we never get into that work without considering what's the impact on staff. What's the impact on the community? What's the impact on the budget? And so we're constantly probing this balance between those 4 priorities. Now, likewise, we're always trying to strike a balance within each priority also. So academic growth is important. So is college, career, military readiness. So is involvement with engagement. So is well-being, and we'll show how those words through the focus group format changed in a little bit. But that's a little bit of, I guess, just I want to focus on the word balance. You've heard balanced scorecard, balanced scorecard, balanced scorecard. That's what that's all about. Ms. Caldwell's behind me saying he hasn't looked at one thing from the script yet. So are we okay? I'll start looking at my notes better. Actually, we just wanted to make sure it was clear and succinct, so I'm deviating from that right now. I am going to look. There's a lot on this slide, so she helped me as we were just thinking about, and I was just pleased, and I just when I started thinking back to that where we started in January and then where we went in February. And then for those of you that were here and observed this night, we just had all this, just a wreck. It was just a train wreck. It was beautiful. It was just a beautiful train wreck of just papers stuck everywhere. But what we were trying to do in February is to make sure that when, had some clarity about the 4 priorities, but let's get clear when we articulated the first just kind of visceral gut response on, where we want this to go. We got the earlier list of academic growth, college career, military ready, involvement, well-being, those in column 2. So then we came back and just said, okay, if that's going to be there, then what is it? It's called it is not. So what is it? And then what is, let's also describe what it's not. Because, and by the way, I think the is not probably helped us more than the is, right? If that makes sense. So when you all said this is what it's not, there was numerous times that Ms. Caldwell and I would go back, hold on, let's go look at the is not. Okay, that's right. We were right. They weren't thinking that. They were thinking this. So just to make sure you all know that is not helped us tremendously. So one, I know there's a couple of ways to think about strategic planning, and I'll go ahead and talk about this right here. So yes, we did come to the board for initial consultation and this initial creation of this first set of objectives. So yes, that did happen. And there's 20 ways to get a strategic plan completed. And well, probably 4 or 5, 20 nuances. But you could go, this is my experience and my observation, so you could go directly to the community with big chart paper that's empty and have the focus group is just help us fill in this big chart paper. What my belief strongly is that if you do that, you wind up with a list of 70 or 80 or 90 things that are all just as important as everything else because it's hard to weed through it, and then you wind up with a strategic plan on the shelf, if that makes sense. This approach to me of starting with, you're elected to represent your community, so we're asking you to put your thinking caps on tonight and get this list that you see on the screen generated initially, then we're going to go check that in the community to see if that sounds about right. And then if that sounds about right, we're going to go do a focus group or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 to start rounding that out. Then that's the approach that we took, the last thing that I said. So I'll go ahead and, I'll just put that out there. Yeah, you could go just have focus groups where you're just filling in, what do you want to do, what do you want to do, what do you want to do, what do you want to do? But you're going to wind up with a list of 100 things that now those that came because of the way you structured that, they feel like that should be in the strategic plan because I came to the meeting and I said, do this. Anyway, and it happens all the time that way, and it winds up being a poster or a PowerPoint rather than an action plan, and it happens all the time. All right, so again, let me go back, keep us moving forward. So from the work in February, we got to some initial belief statements. These were just a jumping off point. It was a draft to get started, and I'll demonstrate that to you in a little bit because after the focus groups, we killed we believe because it was just resounding that we shouldn't have we believe in there, and that's why we did the focus groups. But just to show you that this is what we started with the 4 priorities. So then we went to, well, I guess this is a list of the various ways that we got public input. So survey, online and paper, English and Spanish, several presentations that I'll share a little bit more about, and then the multiple focus groups. And I'll reinforce right here that this is where Dr. Micah's vision, and I'm generally open-minded. If we can get to the final product, then it's how we get there. I want to be flexible. I guess I want to emphasize that numerous times his request, which I think was a valid request and actually more than valid, a good request because he has a read on what the need was to do the board work first and then go to the focus groups and just listen to that. And again, not bring the tactical team in, just on purpose to make sure we've got a good read on the community before we start putting the action to it. So I just want to stress that again on this slide. So here we go with public input. We started with the survey. There were about 3,300 respondents. The yellow line that's on here is the district boundary, and then the various zip codes are in there, and then it's heat mapped basically for the lighter blue, for fewer responses per 100 people, and then it gets increasingly darker. Y'all are probably looking where your districts are, and so I think there was a pretty even distribution across your districts, truthfully. And then if you see a lot of the lighter blue is coming from outside the district, which is interesting, that there were quite a few participants from outside the district. Then a lot of heat map there around, is that 1604? Is that about right? So you kind of see 1604 going through there, and so a lot of responses in that cluster. Yes, ma'am.
How was the survey distributed?
I'm going to let Ms. Caldwell via email.
Yes, to all parents in the district received the email. Homeowners associations, I have a list of homeowners associations within the district. They all received the email. We also provided video messaging with the video information, the video link. We presented at public meetings. We also had paper copies at public meetings. But primarily email or those in-person presentations.
Good question. Thank you, ma'am. And so the responses were 57% parents or guardians or grandparents, nearly 50% employees, 9% graduates, 4% community, 3% student, and a little less than 1% business partner. Now, people could choose more than one category except community member. Community member, if you chose community member, you were saying that I'm a community member that does not fall in one of those other categories. The age breakdown, which I think nothing jumps out. One of the things, and by the way, the question about age was optional, but we had a pretty good response to it. I know one of the things that initially Ms. Caldwell and Dr. Micah were excited about is that, we wound up with 7% coming from the 61 to 70 because we were trying to make sure, we talked about it earlier, we have a lot of taxpayers that don't have kids in the district, so we want to make sure that we, get to that group. And so we did get a decent response from that, as well as getting several from that age demographic based on my observation that might have come to the community meeting. I could be wrong, but that's just through my lens. We didn't ask anyone at the door how old you are either when they got to the community meeting, but I think we had a nice representation at the community focus group as well.
So we also had some under 18?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Students?
Students, yes. About 5%. So again, it's a big district. We're looking for representative samples, and then we're probing to see if we got the work right. And I'm going to pause here for just a second and go back to what the board did in February. What is it? What is not? Why that's important? That's what really helped round out what's in the survey. So like that work was, we got this information from the board, now we're about to go push that out and just get people's response to that. That's basically, it really informed the work. So when we say, we put a belief statement out there, we believe in supporting students in multitude ways to ensure lifelong success. So we're looking for direction here, and we get nearly, 92%, 89%. Yep, I can add 60 and 29, that's 89. Once I can see it, I have to get it to the right part of my glasses. But we have 89% agree. So we're not saying that means that the wording is right, and I'll demonstrate that here in just a little bit, because we changed some of that wording based on the focus groups. But that concept of supporting students in a multitude of ways, lifelong success, which came from February the 21st, that's nearly a 90% validation that that's the right direction to go with this priority. And so that, I just want to make sure, so it's from board work in February, started from board work in January, then that winds up in a survey, and then we're looking to check how does this priority statement. So here's the next one. In NEISD, we believe in valuing and supporting staff to be fully engaged in leading student success. You'll see in a minute, that's not exactly how it's worded after the focus groups. But when you look at the key words in there, value, support, engage, in this one, you're getting 77% in somewhat agree or strongly agree. That's a validation that that's headed in the right direction. Similarly, with stakeholders, in NEISD, we believe strengthening relationship with stakeholders, students, families, and communities to work collaboratively for student success. And you've got 82% agreeing that that's headed the right direction. In NEISD, we believe in being good stewards of taxpayer funding by planning and managing resources responsibly to drive student success. You're getting 78% agreement, somewhat agreement, and strong agreement. So with all of those, to me, anything, if you get into the 70s, 80s, and 90s with agree and somewhat agree and strongly agree, you've got good direction. Now, let me say a couple of things. Had we not gotten that power with the higher percentage on agree and strongly agree, we would have come back to the board for what we did in February the 21st, round 2, if that makes sense. So it would have been, okay, board, and it would have been me probably shoved to the front to say, y'all missed it on February the 20 whatever. Like, well, do you see what I'm saying? Like when the survey went out, it was incongruent with, so this tells me from an outsider looking in that you had a good read on the community, because what you put out there was 70, 80, nearly 90% agreement that yes, that's the right stuff. That does not mean it's the exact words. I've said that 4 times now, right? So you're about to see what happens with the focus groups after that. The other thing that I might mention about this, so I'm just sharing kind of at the macro level. Let me go back. I'm sharing at the macro level the agree and the somewhat agree and the strongly agree. What I want to make sure that you all understand, and I think there's 300 pages of comments, roughly, or 350 pages of comments. That we're going through all of those, and we're looking for themes from that. And it'll take a while to do all the analytics, but I will tell you that I read them all. Well, okay, scan them all. I'm not doing the analytics, but I didn't see anything, and I had the benefit of not looking at those until after we had done the focus groups also, if that makes sense. So I'd already read all that from the focus groups, and then I'm scanning back to just like do a double check, especially when we start doing the wording stuff here in a little bit. I just want to read all that. I didn't see anything in the 300 and some odd pages of comments that screamed out at me that, oh, you missed it, or whatever. I saw a lot of what we heard in the focus groups, and that's what you're looking for. Because you're saying no matter how we're checking, board, focus group, survey, we're hearing similar patterns throughout all those. That's what you're looking for. You're just looking for these common themes. The other thing I think that those 300 and some odd pages of comments will be helpful is when Dr. Micah, upon board adoption, and the tactical team then starts to go to work on the strategic actions. That's real informative for them to read through these themes of this is what the perception of what that work looks like. Dr. Micah, I think this is your slide. It was nicely inserted in here for me to catch a breath. Thank you.
So Ms. Landry asked the question, how was it distributed? So one of the things, because again, knowing that 72% of our homes don't have students in it, we really went out and tried to tap into those folks. So went to District 9 Neighborhood Alliance. They were still virtual. So I was invited on to their Zoom session to talk to them, and I spoke about doing this. We gave them a QR code to go out and take it. Spoke to the PTA Council delegates. Also went to District 10. That was the night you and Mr. Hilliard were there. I spoke to them. I also went over to the Illyrians. Those folks are all of retirement folks from all over the school district and actually outside the area that come in and use this facility over here. We also did push it out through social, I believe, Aubrey, and then also through my video message. So we really tried to push it out in a pretty multifaceted way to try to get people to engage. I can tell you after District 10, 2 days later, I happened to be downstairs and a gentleman came in and he goes, "Oh, there you are. Do you remember me?" And I said, "Sure." But he said, "I was at District 10 and I'm here to drop off the survey." And I said, "That's awesome." I said, "Why don't you give it to me and I'll take it up?" And he goes, "You're not going to throw it away?" I said, "Absolutely not. I appreciate you taking the time to bring it to me and actually fill it out." And so it was those things that I think in some cases people thought we were going to ignore it. And actually I was excited as I'll get that some of those folks were bringing it back and giving their input into it, because that voice needed to be heard as well. If you don't mind hitting the next one. The other piece talking about voices, for the first time ever, we took every kid that was in Student Voice from across the district, brought them over to the CLC, and gave them the survey and said, "Give us some feedback." And so it was really interesting listening to them. And what was neat is one of the young ladies came up to me and she goes, "You know, Dr. Micah, I didn't think adults really listened. And through this whole process, I feel like you all really care about what we're having to say," which was great validation for us on that's what we were trying to do, is get them to understand we're really trying to listen. That doesn't mean you can always get your way, but you're going to get a why behind it, right? So if you'll flip the next one too. So they were asked as they went through the survey to write down notes and say, you know, what are unfamiliar terms? And then what do you believe are top priorities? A couple of things I want you to notice is, do you notice how they put global citizen as an unfamiliar term, but they also said that's a top priority? And it was interesting because they all had a different definition of what that meant. And so that really validated the work through these focus groups, which is semantics matter and words matter deeply. And if they don't understand what it is, now we're working on things thinking that people understand it, and in the end they don't. And so as you can just see here, these are the things. I do love the fact that the kids pointed out that teachers needed support. I think they saw through through 2 years of the pandemic, what it needed as well. So, they talk about financial and career planning. I can't wait to sit down with some legislators and talk about this. Even though there are some of those things embedded, the students really talked about wanting more of that in the learning. So, we don't do TEKS, the state does, but I think that's wonderful. A wonderful talking point to say our students from all 8 high schools gave us feedback that said this should be a priority. Dr. Gibson?
Yeah, very nice. So in addition to the student voice, there were 5 more focus groups with teacher, staff, principals, community members, and parents. And the participants were chosen from the survey respondents that said they could be contacted. Every one of them, I joked, no good deed goes unpunished. You said, yes, please contact me, and now you're back here for an additional hour and a half of meeting. But all of them laughed about this and said they were happy, and I generally saw just an absolute, appreciation for being asked back. I kind of joked a while ago. I mean, everyone was happy that they got asked to come back. So one of the things I want to talk about with the survey going, well, you have a good quote right there. "Thank you for the opportunity to meet with the teacher focus group. It gave us some hope for the future," which is something we're all concerned about. I heard that from almost every single group. We'll talk a little bit more about some other themes that we heard, especially from the teacher focus group, that let's make sure that as we build key strategic actions, that we build a continual approach for staff voice of staff. And so anyway, we'll touch on that in just a little bit. So I want to talk about focus groups for just a second. This is where quantity, in my opinion, does not matter as much as quality. And so when you're getting a focus, in fact, there's the most challenging group to really corral right there, my word, because of what I'm about to say, was the principal group, because we had 10 of them or more in every one of the groups. So, and one of the facilitators said, really, you couldn't have divided them up one more time and hired 4 more people, to come help us because when you get a group as large as 10, it does start. So we modified our process with the principals, and we got good feedback from them. But we actually asked one less question of them than we asked the others because there just wasn't enough time with that many. But we divided the room up. So when everybody came in, they got 1, 2, 3, 4. So if they came together in a group, they immediately got broken up, and they were spread around the room, and they gave feedback on those priority statements that we looked at earlier, we believe. They had the chance to work. So 1 was student, 2 was staff, 3 was stakeholder, 4 was stewardship. In the very end, if they felt strongly about one of those 4 that they did not get the chance to be in that group, we did a debrief out of every one of them, and they got the chance to add value to anyone that they wanted to, if that makes sense. So like the parents, I think on the very last day said, I wanted to be in the staff group. And we said, hold on, at the very end, do your work, on the student group, and then at the very end, and she got her chance, and she gave good value at the end of it. So, in other words, 4 groups in there, and we're asking them to dig really deeply. So the process, before I get to the themes, let me say, so the process is what I call a 4 square. I think we might have called it 4 quadrant. So what is clear from what you read and see, what is still partly cloudy from what you read and see, what's a strength of what you read and see, and then what's an opportunity for improvement from what you read and see. Now, every one of those questions is really informative and really important. I think in the final analysis, after several hours of looking at the results, it really comes down to that last question, what's your opportunity for improvement, right? Like that's really what we're looking at with the focus groups when it comes down to it. So based on those opportunities for improvement that were shared, generally speaking, these were the 4 or 5 biggest themes that came back. So let's drop passive words and let's use more active words. There's just almost 100% consensus to drop "we believe," and it was really interesting. We probably heard that 50 times. And then on the very last meeting, I was thinking, well, that's a slam dunk. And one of the last persons said, man, I just love this phrase, "we believe." So it's like, like right in the middle. But it was a good validation for us that we have to really go with what we heard 50 times, than what. And actually, we before she left, we pulled her over and Ms. Caldwell and I talked about that a little bit. And she went, "Oh no, it's fine. I mean, the word, I get it. They're right. The word can go. I just want this to be work from the heart, not just from the head. So however we communicate that, then that's fine." So I don't know. I just thought that was interesting. Then, as I mentioned earlier, continual listening opportunities for staff and stakeholders. And then what's interesting about the next one, it occurred a lot. So how do you measure words like engaged, value, success, and what does this look like? So if focus groups kind of got sideways over that and they were perseverating on it, we couldn't get them to move, I would just explain to them that this is in a balanced scorecard format. Ultimately, Dr. Micah said to me numerous times he's committed to that's the format everybody looks at it. So when you look at a strategic objective on any given day, you're also looking at how it's measured. It's like we generally are always going to show how it's measured. So then, to me, that 4th one just gives the rationale for using a balanced scorecard. That's why you use a balanced scorecard, because it lets you know how we're checking to make sure this stuff is working. And then, of course, in the middle of all of our focus group activities, there was a tragedy in Uvalde, which probably, influenced the second half of the focus group strongly. And so we had good conversation with the last, there was some discussion verbally, didn't appear in the written, feedback on should we have the 5th S, so student, staff, stakeholder, stewardship, safety. You probably saw where that, was going. And my gut response is that if you make safety something that's an end in and of itself, then you're not showing how that's important to students, that's important to staff, that's important to stakeholders, and in some ways, quite frankly, it's important to stewardship. Because I mean, if you're saying, I'm not saying that you're saying this, but if you decide that hardening the buildings is, like that's part of your strategy, well, that comes with a cost, right? And so that's part of stewardship. So I think safety would be better served to be embedded in the key strategic actions in all 4 of those. That's my recommendation. But as you might suspect, it came up, right? Especially with the timing of our focus groups. Oops, sorry. So just to recap for the evolution, and then I'm getting close here, Dr. Micah. So I know it's been a lot of good reports so far, so I hope to continue that. So in January, Ms. Caldwell laid these out side by side. So that's where the work wound up again. That's the train wreck in here where we had papers everywhere all over this to get to that first thing, and then we did that again with the is not exercise. Then in April, the belief statements emerged from that work, April through June, surveys and focus groups, and then we wind up with a draft. Now remember earlier, Ms. Caldwell did something for me. So look at what's on the left right there. And then with all of that feedback, here's where we wound up. And so this PowerPoint is going to deviate just a little bit from what's in your slide deck from last Friday. And Ms. Turner, I did that. No one else is to blame but me. But I think the rationale will make sense. You can leave it on that last slide if you want to. But I asked Ms. Caldwell if she would to stack up side by side where it was on January the 4th and then where it wound up after all those cycles of feedback. Does that make sense? So you can just, you can see it side by side. So we started out, and I won't read all of them to you. I'm going to leave each one of these up here for just a second and then see if you have questions on each of the 4. So see, we went from academic growth, and then y'all left good notes on what it is, what it's not, and then that became each child will demonstrate academic growth and critical thinking skills. The critical thinking skills was just pervasive through the survey feedback and the focus group feedback. You talked about college, career, military readiness, and that became campuses will provide quality programs to support college, career, military, and life readiness. Life readiness came through loud and strong. So I'm going to let you all read these. Notice that students became, we support students in a multitude of ways to nurture their learning. Like that statement. Yes, sir.
Question. Do we want to ask questions now or let you go through all of them?
No, thank you for asking. I think this is the right time, so let me do, ask, and then we'll switch to 2, and then we'll switch to 3, and then we'll switch to 4, and then I'm done.
I've got a question, if that's okay, Mr. President. Okay. Well, first off, and I think this is probably the entire board, thank you to not only you, Dr. Gibson, and Ms. Caldwell for all that coordination, but all the people who took the survey, and the parents, staff, everybody involved in the focus groups, because I think this is critical, and we've been talking about this balanced scorecard for us as a board strategically, and we're really happy with the progress so far. On this slide, I guess, and this is actually for all 4 slides, in the priorities it says we. And to me, we is not clearly defined. So is that we, the NASD community, we, the NASD board, and that's something I think we need to, in my opinion, call out. I don't know where the people's thoughts are, because we had the we believe, and originally, I don't know if we put a bumper sticker on the top of the scorecard. We, the board, will decide that, I guess, but the NASD community and board is the we or something, or that, but I don't know anyone else's thought. Who is we or what is we? So when any person reads it, community member, they know what the we is, who the ownership piece of, which to me is either the NASD community and or the board. I really think it's the community that we represent, but that's just my perspective, but I'm open to conversation.
That's a great observation. The belief went away. My gut feeling gets a little bit redundant, but I don't think it hurts. I don't mind being repetitive if you're purposefully repetitive, So it may, so students, in NEISD, we support. Because I think if you don't do like in the broadest sense, then you're like saying only subgroups or only subsections or only. And I think the beauty of this is to say, when you come in, I'm not going to flip back to the district boundaries, but when you cross that yellow line and you're in the district boundary, hey, guess what? We support students in a multiple of ways to nurture their learning. Like that's the we. Like you just crossed over into that we right there.
And that's how when I saw that we, I think whoever picks this up and looks at it says we, and they might think, oh, well, I'm part of the we, so therefore, but. Yeah, I mean, if there's, I don't know if we're going to get too specific, but.
No,
I think we is everybody.
Right. I think the NASD community is what I think of. But obviously not everyone necessarily physically resides here. But people, some employees don't live in the district, but I just want to make sure we're clear on that. That clarity and that specificity of terms, in my opinion, is something we should make sure that we are happy with.
Like you're suggesting, you said in NEISD, we support students in a multiple of ways or something of that
But then you still have the we, to your point. I guess, well, let me help me understand. Are you trying to define who we is, or?
I want to make it clear to everybody who we is. I think, like I said, I think it's the NASD community. It's not just the board. It's correct. We are representing, and so I think that, and maybe that's. You can say we, I don't know, I'm just trying to make sure it's very clear, because the whole goal, right, is the NASA example. And it goes from, we're trying to get everybody there, so every single person who reads this knows who the we is. I know what your point is, Mr. Byron, it's a good point that when you pick it up, if you're seeing this, you're probably associated with the district.
Or you pick it up and you I guess I looked at it as anybody that picks it up would be the we. And I guess what you're getting at is how do you tell people you're part of the we?
Yeah, just it's the buy-in piece and the ownership piece, and maybe it says the NISD Board of Trustees balance or scorecard. They know the we is the. We want to get this right, this foundation solid, day one, which is what I think we've been driving for the whole time, just so that there's that perfect as much clarity while they're maintaining that broad base.
Well, back to the. I'm sorry.
Well, that's right.
Well, back to the priority statements. It said in NEISD we believe in supporting students. Right. So again, it was that. We,
the we
I don't
is
know.
The we believe that just.
And we took out the we, right?
Yeah, we just took out the believe.
We took out the believe.
We went more with that sounded
the action.
Passive, right? And this became more active. Like
and it can guide our mission and vision statement as well, which is kind of as we drive that. But I just think as long as we are clear, so people understand.
Yeah, Ms. Caldwell was reminding me, as much as you've talked about balanced, the we. So the we is in all four of them, and that's what I was.
Yeah, it's all.
So it's the we it's the big we, and it's across all four of them. Like where we or and that might be the strategic we, the tactical we, the operational we, or those three essential roles all combined. Right. It's still the same.
To me, it's the NEISD community supports the students, the staff. That's my perspective. That's why I try to make sure we as a board are clear on however we want to present it.
Okay, let's hold that thought for just a second, if that's okay, and we'll get to the content of the objectives. So, any other questions on?
I had one other one, unless somebody else wants to go first.
Go ahead.
The last one where it talks about the support for student mental, emotional, physical well-being. Obviously, the mental, emotional stuff is very important. It's a big concern across community. The concern that I have is that when you start getting into that psychological exam and testing, you start getting into the parental notification and approval and wellness surveys, all that stuff. I think, we even had a teacher email the board saying, with SEL strategies for students returning, we aren't trained as counselors. So we need to be broad, but we also need to scope it and be very clear, in my opinion, what we're going for as we maintain a broad scope, because that's our job, but we do scope it. It can't be unlimited because we have to be careful where we're crossing lines and how we're managing that, and some of that would get down to tactical role.
Yeah.
But we need to be careful, because when you do mental, and I was, my opinion is, now that we're showing this to the entire community for the first time, once we get through all of this, we go back out one more time, so we get that last feedback from the staff, the parents, the community. But that one has some concerns for me about being uncontained, having some scope on it, but
This
I'm not sure.
one probably wins the award of the most reworded one throughout this whole process. And that was because we were getting a lot of good feedback. And you see that the end of that, in partnership with parents, that wasn't in the very first draft. And man, that came through, in the parent focus groups and in the survey data, that needs to be there, because of some of the, things that you might have just touched on. Does that make sense? So the in partnership with parents, it got really clear that, okay, that needs to be, that needs to be part of this. And I know we can look at that right now and say, well, gosh, why wasn't that in there to begin with? Well, it wasn't, and because we were trying to get to the work, but then through the focus groups, it wound up in that statement. You could lead with, in partnership with parents, comma. Like you could,
Well, and so let me just ask this. To me, some of what Mr. Hilliard was saying sounds more tactical.
Yeah.
So it's like we're kind of making this big picture statement saying this is what we want, and then it's up to Dr. Micah and staff to say, okay, well, when it comes to this specific thing about the mental or emotional, it needs to be this, or it needs,
Right.
I mean,
yes, ma'am, this is the challenge of this process, to be specific enough to give some direction, but broad enough to give the flexibility, for the tactical team. And then for the new trustees, I need to say this, and it would be a good reminder for all of us. So I'm not saying it has to be this way, but what districts that typically use a balanced scorecard, the way that they build their system, their cadence of accountability, if you will. Yes, ma'am.
What do you mean by flexibility of the tactical teams?
Well, yeah, so flexibility might not be the best word. If you notice I paused. I think more agility. So the agility to find the right strategic action to match that strategic objective, and the one that's the most effective and the most efficient.
Okay, how would our parents be protected?
Okay, so I was headed that direction. So, and then if this doesn't answer that question, you pause me as soon as I say this, okay? And we'll go right back to it. So what boards are doing when they hear a scorecard report, and I'm leading about 100 districts right now, this is generally speaking. So every month, the board is getting a report, let's say, on priority 1, which we have on the screen right here. So you don't get the whole scorecard in 1 month. It would be too much. So August priority 1, September priority 2, October priority 3, you get the idea. Then we go into the tactics a little bit to the board. So the board has adopted the objective, but we're going to share some of the tactical stuff and then the measures. And then, to answer your question as directly as I can, you're the representative of the community, so that's your chance to, give the feedback, is that report. And I always like to say, we're taking you for a day hike in the tactical role. Only bring 1/2 of a granola bar and 1/2 a bottle of water. We're not going to build a house there. We're not going to, even tent there. But, so this all gets back to the board in the Ed Code has the responsibility of the oversight of management. It's hire and fire superintendent, adopt a budget, 4 or 5 other things, and then oversight of management. So this is a mechanism for you as a trustee, all of you as a trustee, to feel like, okay, we're overseeing management. But we're doing it in a structured way. In the absence of structure, it just like everything becomes oversight of management.
I have another question.
Yes,
Who is going to be responsible for all of this extra documentation? Because obviously there's going to have to be a paper trail. So where is this going to come from?
Yeah, that's a great question. My personal opinion is that it's not as much about paper trail in my opinion, as it is about work structure. So yes, especially if you're going to do strategic actions that are not, that are aspirational and not just a regurgitation of what we already do. But it's not necessarily about generating paper. It is about generating a report to the board.
Well, I understand that, but my concern is our teachers are overwhelmed right now with all the extra things that they're being required to do. I have teachers that are getting maybe 2 and 3 hours of sleep a night.
Right.
And this is something, is this going to add an additional burden on my teachers? Because they're at the tipping point at this point.
Yeah, we can take it priority by priority, student, staff, stakeholder, and stewardship. It's not intended to generate any additional paperwork.
Or not to even computer work, paperwork, whatever. It's just additional things. What I'm trying to determine, is this going to be something that is going to burden our teachers further than what they already are burdened with? We already have stressed out teachers.
Right.
Is this going to make their situation worse? Because we have teachers that are driving up in front, and I know from personal experience that are driving up in front of their school, and they don't want to go in.
Yeah, so Dr. Micah has something, I personally, and there's no way to say it will be a 100% antidote to every teacher, on burnout. But however, one of the things that's, in my opinion, as a campus principal, that's the most frustrating is not seeing how your work is relevant to the overall goals of the organization. And it starts feeling like whack-a-mole. And so, Gallup and lots of others in survey data will say strategic direction, the custodian metaphor. I can work harder if I know that I'm working on the right stuff. Stephen Covey said, did we climb the ladder of success only to find that it's leaning against the wrong wall? So we're trying to say, let's all work together on what this looks like that we're trying to accomplish.
And this isn't a series of checklists or TEKs or anything of that nature. This is a kind of, I'll use the word vision, goals, things that aren't going to generate paperwork or extra work. It's going to give everything from ourselves to the teachers, to the administration, staff, a clear direction on where we're going and what it is that we expect the district to follow. And not in a way that is tasks and reports and paperwork and tests and that kind of thing, but this is what we think student success should be. This is what we think staff success should be. This is how we're going to get financial stewardship.
And there'll be metrics that'll be put against it. Then we'll go forward looking and backward looking, going, how are we doing? What do we need to change at the high level for us? Budgeting, policy, that strategic piece of it.
Well, yeah, and I switched, Administrator, sorry.
No, I was going to finish back to the point is, and while it's absolutely down the tactical and we'll get a chance to look at that stuff, we own these vision and goals as the board. And in my Air Force career, I did a lot of strategic planning and execution of strategic policy. So the key is that we get it right. So once again, it does have to be broad, but we also need to make sure that we do put some lateral limits on that. And that was my concern in particular when I was talking about the mental health, because it can't be unrestricted, because there's a flood of federal money coming and city money and everything else. We just need to be careful how it's done, and we'll get the checks and balances, I believe, because we will approve all the metrics, correct, Dr. Micah? When it gets to the tactical level, you'll come back, you will tell us, and we'll get to review what you're doing or what the board's doing.
Right. You won't actually vote on them, but I will share them with you, and you can provide feedback as to yes, no. And, Mr. Hilliard, I will say about this, you'd mentioned about, testing or psychologicals. Yeah. We don't do those. The only time we do them is in special education, and parent has to sign off with consent. Period. And I think that's one of those topics, that came up in student voice very clearly about mental. I think this is one of those things that there's a lot of information out there that, and this is the frustration, I guess, for me in education is something that happens in New Jersey is suddenly happening in Texas and Northeast. No, very different, or it happened somewhere else. Ms. Villarreal, you and I talked about this when we met, right? You know, if there's something that seems out of line, then somebody's just got to let us know. And then we're going to look into it.
Well, we have the issues.
But as far as setting up systems, I mean, look, we don't really provide mental health anything. We put people in contact with mental health resources. That's really our job. Our counselors, our staying counselors, they're not providing that assistance. That's why we partnered with the University Health and TCHAT. Here, hey parent, here's this option if you choose it. If you don't, then don't. But you know, Representative Allison's very interested in this discussion right now. That's for another date. I'll share that with you.
And I just want to add that I think the overarching concern is not to open the door.
Absolutely.
Yes, I guess that's
there's-
the guidance, the big picture guidance for the tactical team to execute.
even though it may be happening in New York, it's
Sure.
still, because we have the internet and everything else, our parents do have concerns, because that sort of thing suddenly does, infester or infiltrate, other areas. So we have to be really careful. And words have meaning.
Well, in
Well,
Ms. Villarreal, that word accessible, Dr. Micah, that wasn't in the first draft. But then when we listen to the do you see how will be accessible changes that as opposed to will be done, right? And that's Dr. Micah's point. And that did come out in the focus groups, not from Dr. Micah and I and Ms. Caldwell talking like that. So just so you know, if you want to validate the focus groups, that's where that came from.
Correct. And let's be clear on that, Doctor. I never attended a single one.
That's correct.
Neither did they.
That's correct.
Or my cabinet, because I said to them, stay away. This isn't about
Well,
us.
Actually, you and I
At
have
all.
not even talked about this until earlier today.
No, I'm excited to see it, actually.
Yeah, I know. That's so
because
just so
I
everyone,
really did remove myself because I did not want my presence, my insight, whatever, to influence any of this. Is not about me or my staff. This is about you all and our community and making certain that we deliver what they expect us to deliver. Period. It's not about that's why I think Dr. Gibson was like, so you're not just going to, I'm meeting with my cabinet tomorrow to say, hey, guess what? You didn't get included in this. And this is the why. Because it's not about us. This is about what our community expects. And our community is very different.
I'm not going to lie, I was holding my breath while I was watching him read those earlier today, though. I mean, I'll just tell you, because it was the first time for him to read them. Ms. Villarreal, on the last bullet on the second one, so staff will have a regular opportunity to provide input that informs decision-making on matters that impact job satisfaction and retention. I bet that's the paperwork that they would be happy to do. I mean, do you follow what I'm saying? I'm being a little bit funny, but that actually might mean a focus group, or that might mean a meeting, but it's all about this staff satisfaction.
But Dr. Gibson, to this point, Ms. Villarreal, you weren't on the board back then, but this isn't just about what we're going to do. This also tells us what we can stop doing.
I love that.
All right?
That's
because,
good.
again, when everything's important, nothing's important. We went through, for those of you that were on the board, strategic abandonment. We didn't really abandon anything because we didn't know where was the red wire. This is helping us say, you know what? That doesn't fit in, so we're not going to do it. And let's just stop. But it's hard to stop something without a strategic direction. And that's what this helps us do. I think Mr. Jarrett was more excited about when I explained this process because he's like, oh my gosh, it's going to tell me what I can quit doing. And I'm like, correct. It's going to say what we should do, but also just stop doing this stuff.
I, again, will not read all of the words. You've had a chance to look at those, but I'm going to just slowly roll through these. So, board in January, February has staff and recruitment and retention, and then it becomes the value statement on the side and these objectives. Stakeholders, students, family, and community. Then that becomes student relationships will be supported through regular opportunities for feedback. Family relationships will be supported through regular communication and opportunities for feedback and engagement. community relationships will be supported through regular communication and opportunities for feedback and engagement. I promise you, that lines up with a strong theme from those stakeholders, from the focus groups.
And this is really for the other trustees. The second one, we use families and family and back and forth, but to me, that should be parents and guardians. We need to clearly delineate, because the family includes the kids and the students, and they already have their own section. They have their bullet above and their side. To me, because those are the primary external customers, in my opinion at least, and we need to continue to focus and listen to them so they continue to choose our schools to send their kids to. And so to me, I personally think that should be students, and the second one should be parent/guardian relationships, parents and or guardians, and then same on the left side, priorities versus families, because families is just, already includes the kids, and they already have their separate, or students, separate section. And to me, that is, there needs to be a delineation, because there's a different dynamic, because the parent guardian can communicate, and then obviously the students can have the same opportunities to provide feedback, but the decision makers are the adults in the family, not necessarily the students.
Yeah, and I think the language broadening out to family was that if a child lived with their grandparents, or
I was
if
going to say, to me, it's all encompassing of family.
Right, it was the
not
broadest.
just parent and.
Or the guardian covers grandparent guardians.
Well,
even if
that's true. Right.
They may not be the guardians.
So that was the rationale. I'm not trying to make a case for it or against it. I'm just telling you that was the rationale for using the word family.
I understand. I just have a concern we need to clear, because family encompasses everybody in the family, including in this case, the kids or the students,
Yeah.
by definition, versus trying to do that piece. And this is where we have to be very clear. In my opinion, the parent, guardian, caretaker, the adults that are the primary decision makers for their minor students and kids that are, our customers, ultimately the external customers, the primary ones that send their kids to our schools. So we really need to listen to them separate and distinct from the student piece. They each have their own section. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Well, I guess at this level, at the objective like this, I mean, with the feedback we got, was family recognizable to people? Was that something that they sort of?
Yeah, that really wasn't anything.
Did that
came out
resonate with them more
Early
than
in the
others?
process, there was a recommendation to utilize family because it was the broadest term.
I think that was when just the
No, I
seven
know
of us
we
were
talked
here,
about
but
Right,
I don't know
that-
that broad-based, that's one of those things I think we should go back to the entire community and just say, are we really happy with this, and is this very clear, in my opinion? But, other people obviously have different opinions, so.
This is going to sound argumentative, but it's not. I mean, I really believe at this point, you line up 1,000 parents and ask that question, we're going to get 500 one way and 500 the other way. I mean, at this point, I really do. Because when we probe that, we kind of, some would say, no, family's the right word. Someone else say, no, it needs to be parent. And so anyway, I don't know if we'll find any additional clarification. I think it may just be that the board just needs to decide, I guess is what I'm saying. What's the right word?
I would say it's parents/guardians, in my opinion, because that's a separate category from the students, because family encompasses everybody by definition. That's my personal opinion on it. Obviously, it's a board of corporate, but I would change that to parent and guardians,
Okay.
on both columns, the priorities and the second objective.
Yes.
Well, I guess when I see the three, student relationships, family, and community, I don't include student and family because it's already in that first bullet. So, this is just my thought, my thinking. When I see family, I'm thinking everybody other than the kids.
Right.
I by definition, I see it the opposite. I understand your point, but I just see it the other way. And that's why I was trying to make the distinction, because the students already have their own category.
Okay,
We're talking
so
about stakeholders.
I made a note of that, and we'll maybe slide back to that in
Sure.
just a second. And then the final S is stewardship. Again, and then, so in honor of stewardship, we have an hour conversation that we're about to start on compensation. No, I'm just kidding. We just did that. That's already over with.
Hour and a half.
But you can see where we started, and I love the future facility planning. But, future facility planning, improvement of existing facilities to systematically identify and prioritize facility needs, usage, and efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
That was rounded out by the focus group. And that's a really good example of how that new statement became so much more robust by listening to the focus groups. I am going to go ahead, Ms. Cronin, I'm about to turn it back to you. If this was a map at Six Flags, it would say you are here right below that second big box in the middle. So community and staff expectations. So then you see, then we're going to columns 3, 4, and 5. Then it's going to inform the district plan, the campus plans, potential future bonds, early childhood literacy, math proficiency plan, and then CCMR readiness plan. And then the district mission statement, which was referenced earlier, is over to the side. So I'm going to, Ms. Cronin, I'm going to go ahead and click to that slide and ask this question and let you have it.
Okay. Sorry, I'm going back to.
Do you want me to?
No.
Put that up? That's really what's.
This is what we're looking at.
That's what you're looking at, yes.
So the question is, are we ready to adopt this draft of the balanced district scorecard as presented?
I would offer, sorry, go ahead. I can interrupt.
So, well, I'm gonna ask, do I have a motion to adopt the updated draft of the balanced district scorecard as presented?
I will move to adopt it as presented.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
Okay, that's Ms. Landry and Mr. Hilliard.
I thought we were going to have discussion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry,
Discussion.
I thought we were going to have discussion.
Go ahead.
In my opinion, this is great work. I think we're really close, but obviously to get this foundation, since this is the first time the entire community and staff, teachers, parents, everybody has seen it, I think we should go back out with this and open-ended comment, short survey, any key things, and look for any significant thematic things that might change or not. And then I think we need to maybe define that we better. But I think we should get the entire community. We went to the community the first time. Focus Dupes did a great job. And then now we get the broad-based community validation on top of that, in my opinion. So I think we're really close. But I think we owe it to ourselves because this is the next 3 to 5 years. And we said, this is going to be a long process. But if we do it right on the front end, then we can do it. And it doesn't have to be a long, extended window to do the survey because I think the meat and potatoes is really here and it's very close, but just to get the validation that we truly have full community input is my opinion.
Ms. Cronin, is it okay if just a clarification?
Sure.
Okay, so, because I realize I tried to forget Robert's Rules of Order about 19 months ago.
Yeah,
so,
sorry.
So, I mean, the image that comes to mind, Mr. Hilliard, and again, not trying to be argumentative, so we've kind of, like right now, it was like a big funnel since January. So we took a lot of information. We just started narrowing, right? I mean, like every time we were just trying to narrow. And then what you're describing to me just feels like now you're taking a funnel upside down and you're sticking it back to the bottom of that funnel because we narrowed. And then now we're going to just go back big.
That's what I understood, and not to cut you off. Are you done?
No, that's it.
But the other piece is, right, we always talk about transparency, and this is this clear communication to the community, and they have the full buy-in now because everybody will have seen it, and if anybody didn't, because once again, only a small group of folks, did this. Obviously, we helped get it there, and there's, we had 3,000 plus surveys, which is great, although we haven't seen all the comments yet, but that's fine. We're trying to neck it down, but I think this is the last chance to get that solid foundation, in my opinion, and everybody will have seen it. And if there's anything else, I think, like I said, we're very close, in my opinion, in big picture and stuff. But I think we owe it to the community one more time to go out to them and say, everybody, this is the first time, because the first time anybody's seen this besides about 30 of us is tonight. And so that's just my opinion. I don't know if anyone has a different opinion on that.
Are you trying to turn your mic on, Mr. Dyer?
Yeah, something's weird. Off. Maybe it'll stay.
It's the little button I have up here just to turn.
Is that the
no,
one?
I'm just kidding.
Jason keeps cutting me off. I read through these things.
Is it hitting the side of your thing?
Somebody smashed it down in there. So I read through the comments and the things that I thought, I know this is just from my own perspective, but the little 2-word comments we had in the objectives back over the last several months when the community and the stakeholders and the surveys went through and how these got fleshed out really captured what I think either I didn't say and had in my head, or I probably said some of these things. And so, you know, to me, like the thing about the we is that now when you read it all together like this, anybody that picks this scorecard up and just says, we support students, they're going to either think it's themselves or they're going to say, oh, that's the district. They do that. So somewhere in there, I feel like we're capturing everybody with that. And then, you know, I would counter and say, I think this is more than the meat and potatoes. I think we've got a really good direction with the priorities and the objectives. And I think, again, I think it's time for the tactical team to go to work and get into the specifics about whether or not we're providing psychological exams, or whether or not, you know, they need to come up with those things. I'm not saying we do psychological exams, just using that as an example. But I think this gives the direction, and it hits on all the points that we've talked about. And we've had parents and teachers and principals and admin, although a small percentage. I think if we open this thing back up, and I'm not saying we're trying not to be transparent, but we're going to get about 1,000 different responses to very specific things that I don't think belong in the priorities and objectives. I think that they become more of a tactical and then moving on down the line to that other side. And so I think at a high level, if we start messing with this too much more, that it's going to lose the value that the people that have looked at this and provided their input and that we've spent a lot of time on, I think we're going to maybe lose some of that opportunity and some of that strategic and vision, because all we're going to do is keep moving words around that might make it too specific for what we're doing here. And so I guess I would ask you, Mr. Hilliard, is there something specific that you don't see in here that you want to see?
No, I mean, the biggest concern, in general, like I said, I mean, this is very solid in doing this, and obviously we're covering a very large district, but the family relationships, because words do have meanings, and to me, that's a big one. And I know there was 2 previous trustees that were part of that when we had that conversation, Mrs. Landry, Mrs. Villarreal weren't here, about what family is versus parent and guardians, and we'd be careful about, but the parents and guardians are the primary decision makers, and to me, that's kind of a big one that we are clearly representing that. That's my personal opinion in trying to represent the folks. No, I think this is the appropriate framework in the strategic mindset. And you're right, but we want to make sure that these words are all correct as we've seen it's been fleshed out, generally speaking. I just have that's my primary concern.
The family relationships?
Yeah, the family relationships versus saying parent and or guardians, to me, because that's very specific and that has definitional meaning. When you say family, you're already including those kids and students. Obviously, Mrs. Williams kind of provided her different perspective, and I understand there will be lots of different perspectives. We're trying to move the big pieces, general, broad. That's my specific one that is the most concerning, because we will get to look at all the other stuff as Dr. Micah and the staff bring it back to us, and then we have board policies to help guide the strategic piece as well. So that's my specific concern, is the family one.
Can I ask a question? When, of you, Dr. Gibson. So this wording, specifically the student relationship, on the stakeholders one, the student relationship, the family relationship, and the words family, that remind me, when you were in the focus group, was that word there, family, or was that a word that y'all came up with after we came up with that word?
We set that foundation, which.
So
That was the concern I had back then, but obviously it's a board corporate.
Because that's what we said, student, family, community. So that, okay, so thank you, I'm sorry. Yeah,
No, it's good.
Late and I'm tired.
Yeah. That's a good.
And my brain's not working. So I guess my comment is, this went through the survey, those focus groups, and nobody said, or you did, or let me rephrase that. Did you have people have concerns with the word family versus?
Not to my recollection. Any word that's on that final draft withstood the scrutiny of all the posters on the wall.
Okay.
I mean, that was the process we were using. So we would take the statement, and, you know, this is the, you know, everybody likes sausage, nobody likes how sausage is made. Like, this is the less than glamorous part of all this. You're just sitting in there with poster paper everywhere, you know, trying to get these right. And that, I feel comfortable with saying any concept that's on there was not inconsistent with all the feedback we got. Maybe I'll say it that way.
Okay.
And one thing I might add, and Mr. Hilliard, so what's interesting, this thought hit me. I actually sat down to be quiet, and then I thought of something, so I got back up here, and then you asked me a question. But so the family and the community, this whole stakeholder column is about regular communication and opportunity for feedback. Dr. Micah, if we start whatever that looks like, you know, you haven't designed the work, and they say this is not worded correctly, then you would probably probe that and potentially bring something back to the board, right?
That was going to be, I'm sorry to interrupt, but.
Do you mind if I use your microphone, Mr. Barr? That's what I was going to say, Dr. Gibson. And I guess, and I'm tired too, so I've got to phrase this properly, but to me, this document is continuous growth. And we may get 2 years down the line and say, you know what, we got to tweak this. And it would just be a conversation with these guys, right?
Correct.
That I could come in and say, you know what, I think we probably need to do this because as we've done our tactical work, I'm not sure this is resonating in the way that we thought. What about if we do this?
Yeah.
And we can do that, right?
Absolutely. And so, Mr. Hilliard, I think that's probably a good place to get with this. You know, if you all have the perception that once you adopt it tonight, you're not going to touch it again for 4 or 5 years, but just hear tactical reports, I don't see that as the way this is going. I think that you start pulling on it, you start saying, we want to rework. And we talked earlier today, what this is going to wind up looking like is it's going to be, 1, 2, 3, 4 priorities, and then strategic objectives are going to be 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, right? Like that's what we do in military and education. We number things. So I can see a meeting, like you've done several listening things, and you're saying, I don't know if 3.1 is, like that has come up several times. So I'm bringing back to you a tweak to what that strategic objective is so we can make sure we get our tactical work perfectly aligned to it.
And that was going to be my question. We can always bring this back and say, we need to.
It's yours. That's the beauty of it.
And, you know, my concern would be, you know, if we put this back out again, disenfranchising those that already responded, you know, those 3,000 folks. And, you know, if in my mind, if I'm one of them, I'm like, well, I already responded, you know, what are we doing? We're trying to, you know, get more people to respond, and kind of looking at the survey, when you look at importance of family relationships, you know, there's a few areas here that I see you asked them to rank, I'm assuming. Classroom and school environment should provide a space for families to feel accepted and supported. And then parent participation opportunities should be increased and communicated. And then parent input and engagement should increase. So, you know, in my mind, I'm thinking we covered specifically a focus on parents. And, you know, again, when I grew up, my household included my grandmother, you know, her sister, my great aunt, and my mom. So, you know, those were the ones making decisions, you know, when I was growing up. And that's, you know, how I see family. But, you know, a good point, we need to, I see this as continually evolving.
Yeah.
And, you know, we'll continue to revisit, you know, wording or wordsmithing or, you know, clarity.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And it, you know, I think I said it's the end of the beginning at the start of this. So this is just the first. And I really can't stress enough. There's a theme in here because it came from the focus groups that we need systematic opportunity to provide feedback to help make the district better, and that came through and 3 or 4 different objectives. So the listing's not over, the listing's just begun. We just formalized the listing.
Quick question.
ma'am.
Okay, is it perhaps that you feel like family is too broad of a term and being more specific with parent? Because I can see your point, okay, where you say parents and guardians, because are you concerned that perhaps that it might throw sisters, brothers, cousins, the whole entire gamut into the mix, and then there's a problem?
Yes and no. So to answer your question real quick, it's the decision, to me, the parent or guardians are the ones that are making the decision, and they're a key external customer, in my opinion. And the students have the kids. Everyone has a different understanding. We're a big district, lots of different dynamics at home life. So I recognize that. So I'm just trying to make sure that we are very happy with where we are. We obviously have the ability to always correct these things or modify if we don't think it's working the way it should be. But that's just, I want to make sure we're having that conversation because we're a board corporate. And if the majority agree to it, this is what we're going to do. So I like the conversation, and this is good dialogue in my opinion, just so that we're getting to that best solution for the entire community so we can help those students have the best academic success. And that's the part of the conversation. I have a different perspective, but I also understand everyone else does too. So,
No, I'm trying to understand your perspective because you have some valid points.
to me, the parent, guardian, because they're the decision makers who are choosing to send their kids. And they're a very important external customer, in my opinion, that we are dialed in on them. And that was the reason you chose those specific words. To me, they speak different than families because families are broad-based and depends on who gets to make the decision for the kids, especially with all the choice that's out there and that stuff. So that was where I was going with it mentally while trying to keep it still broad.
That's valid.
Well, and really at this point, I'm kind of neutral.
There's two pieces to the piece we could always revisit as well.
Well, and I think Dr. Micah had a good point with, I mean, as they go through the tactical role on this, that there may be some language that comes back that, I mean, because right now I feel pretty strongly family at an objective role level like this is sort of that soft word that is encompasses a lot of people because the decision maker could be somebody's sister or it could be, you know, whatever that guardian might be. And I feel like, and I know this is a little more feeling than logic, but, you know, parent guardian sounds very cold. And I think at this high level priorities and objectives, if we're saying family, that it feels like it encompasses a lot of people.
I think through this discussion, I think Dr. Mike is probably hearing what we're saying. I think I've made the point that I was trying to express. So.
I get you.
Yeah, and then I understand.
Because I even heard from some people after they went to the focus groups that they thought stakeholders was like, and I said, well, that's an S, so we got to keep the S.
The 4 S's for continuity and make it easy to remember.
I can't back off on that one.
Okay.
And I hate to do this, and I know it's late, but I have one other concern that hasn't been brought up. The objectives should be achievable, and one of the objectives says that we will provide a competitive salary and benefits. And we heard earlier that it's going to be years before we can get there.
I don't know that it's, I think what he was talking about was fixing the compression, but I don't know that we're that out of line competitive-wise.
I think, Ms. Landry, with as far as competitive, I think going back to what Mr. Hilliard is saying, define what competitive means. Where are you saying competitive as in what some folks are saying we should be at the top? Are you saying competitive is we're in the mid-range? Is competitive that we're at least competing in a marketplace? I think that's that piece too. And again, to Dr. Gibson's thing, that should be achievable, but that doesn't mean, remember, this is 5 to 10 years worth of work. This isn't something I'm trying to get. If you think I can get these done next year, that's not going to happen.
Well, and it might be 5 years of a 10-year journey.
Correct. I
So
mean,
you
it may be
may-
something that ultimately we're trying to get to some marker with that, that specific one. But I say, we're going to get here by year 5, and this might be something in year 5 that we all sit down and say this needs to still go on into year 10 because we're not there yet. We're making progress because, again, this shouldn't be such a simple document that we create some stuff and we just be able to check, and we're done. This is about continuous growth, about, okay, well, we got to this level. Now how do we get to the next level? Now we're here. Now where do we go next? It's constantly, as a school principal, it would be like, you're an A campus. Well, that's great, and I can sit and celebrate it, or I can go and say, wow, you know what? We didn't earn any distinction. So even though I'm an A, you know what? Comparatively to all these other campuses, I'm not that great. So you know what? I want to be in the top quartile in these 7 distinctions. So now I've set that goal. So now, hey, I'm an A campus and I've earned 7 distinctions. But you know what? Golly, we don't have a lot of kids at the master's level. So see, it's constantly looking for ways to get better. That we are not sitting, I don't want this document to be, oh, check, well, I feel good now. That didn't do me any good. I'm looking at this, quite frankly, I'll just be honest, because now I'm ingesting it. I'm like, there is a lot of work in this to get done.
Yes, there's a lot.
There really is, and there's a lot to unpack, and there's a lot for my folks to think through.
And at the same time, that can be overwhelming when you set that objective with having that long-term versus short-term annual objectives.
Right, but that's that piece about short-term and long-term gains that we're going to look at. Okay. That's it, and I appreciate that, Ms. Landry, because, again, I think what you're talking about we use as high but attainable goals. We don't want to set such unrealistic goals that it frustrates people because we can't get there. So it's about, again, it's year 1, we want to try to get here. And by year 2, we want to get a little bit better. And by year 3, that we're constantly not sitting back thinking we're good enough, that we're always looking at a way to get, the difference between, 211 degrees and 212 is boiling. And that's it. That's how I think about it.
So, Madam President.
Yes, ma'am.
As a point of order, I know we already had a motion and a second. We went back to we voted, but we went back for discussion. I'd like to call for the vote.
Okay.
To end discussion.
Okay. So I'm sorry?
Yeah, that's a motion that has to be seconded.
Okay, so do I have a second? Ms. Williams is making a motion for the vote on this, to adopt the updated draft of the balanced district scorecard as presented. Correct?
Second.
I mean, you're calling for the point of order to, yeah, okay. Do I have a second? Okay.
Quick question, do we have to reconsider, since we have a second, do we have to reconsider since we already voted, even though we didn't before discussion?
Well, I think that's what
I just wanna make sure that's
Ms.
what we're doing.
Williams is asking us to do since we did discussion after the vote.
To reconsider the vote.
So we're going to reconsider the
Okay.
vote.
Okay.
So we're going to reconsider the vote.
That was Ms. Villarreal that seconded?
Mhm.
Just making sure.
I got my Robert Rules of Order book here. Anybody tell me what page I need to go to?
Yeah, we just need to vote now.
All those in favor say aye. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Now you call the vote for
Okay.
back on the item.
Okay. Do I have a motion, or do I have a motion to adopt the updated draft of the balanced district scorecard as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Gibson. I truly, but truly, I tried to stay out of your way by design and my staff, and I know this was a heavy lift.
No, it's great, and
So-
I think the design, you got the result from a good design.
Well, and something that Dr. Gibson said to me earlier that he didn't say, but I think it's worth mentioning, was about this exemplar business. So I don't want to put words in your mouth, Dr. Gibson, but...
Well, so what I said earlier is that this is as complete and robust of a set of strategic objectives that I've created, like in 100 districts. Like, it's comprehensive, but yeah, so anyway, I'm going to be sharing it, so please give me permission, because I'm probably going to do it with or without your permission.
We need to generate revenue, so we get a 5% fee.
We can.
I like your thinking.
I'm just
you know what?
saying.
Actually, I'm going to copyright it tomorrow, and we're going to charge you to use it.
I have a copy. So, all right. No, it's really, really good work, and thank you all for letting me be part of it.
Thank you for all your time, and thank you for
you.
facilitating all the focus groups and being on the road as much as you have. We really appreciate all your time.
Tesoro Drive.
Okay, well, I'm just glad you're not driving home tonight.
That'll be good.
All right, thank you again. Item B, Instruction and Campus Administration. 1, possible action regarding school district teaching permit, SDTP, for athletic trainers. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, President Grono, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. Ms. Whitten and I bring this action item to you regarding athletic trainers, and I want to give you a little bit of context before we get started with the actual proposal. As many of you all know, our athletic trainers are vital in the process and our success and safety of our students, student athletes. And our trainers, they are licensed by the Texas Advisory Board of Athletic Trainers, which is part of the Texas Department of State Health Services. Our trainers spend countless hours at practices, sporting events, before and after school treatments for students, and teaching a course called sports medicine. And so this course provides interested students a background in sports medicine, concepts of sports injuries, injury prevention, on and on and on. There's just a lot going on here. And so in classes, it can also be coupled later on with a practicum where kids are actually going out to athletic events, practice, and helping out with under the supervision of these trainers. And so Ms. Whitten is here to talk a little bit about some of the challenges that we're having in filling some of these positions, and then our proposal for your consideration. So Ms. Whitten.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. So this evening, our proposal is addressing what currently the challenges we're facing in hiring athletic trainers who presently hold certification. We have 4 openings this school year, 1 of which we've had since January. And in the past, we've had individuals that upon, looking at our candidate pool and having licensed athletic trainers, when they don't hold certification, we have not presented the option that we have tonight for a school district teaching permit, they've had to instead pursue alternative certification, which can take up to 2 years for an individual to complete. And more commonly, they pursue certification in PE or health. And within that time frame when they're pursuing certification, they have to spend up to a year teaching at least 5 periods of either PE or health, depending on what certification they're pursuing. So it doesn't address the immediate need for them to teach sports medicine during that time. What TA outlines, and just to kind of expand a little further about the option of a school district teaching permit, TA states that a teacher of the Texas State Athletic Trainers Association, or TSATA, for sports medicine as an innovative course must hold a valid secondary teacher certification, which was the option I just presented, through alternative certification, or they can be approved by a school board to be on a school district teaching permit. In addition, the individual must be a licensed athletic trainer by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, have completed the TSATA Sports Medicine Instructor's Curriculum course, and hold the TSATA Sports Medicine Instructor Certificate. We did take a look at what other districts are doing because we realize this is not just something that Northeast is experiencing, but others do pursue this. So they have commonly allowed for those incumbents to be on a school district teaching permit when they're only teaching sports medicine. TA has recognized that this is something that districts might need flexibility to do. They've offered other ways in which you can also pursue flexibility. As a district of innovation, we already have one way we do this with career and technical education teachers and world language teachers. Also, ROTC instructors, if you're familiar, they're placed on an emergency permit. We also apply for waivers for ESL certification. And then in August of 2020, for board members that were present at that time, we came and presented an agenda item for teachers of the career and technical education that were approved, and we presently have 6 on a school district teaching permit already in those areas of health science and architecture and construction. So I just want to also add that for an individual who's on a school district teaching permit, their qualifications, to give you some assurance about the type of individual that would be on this permit, must include demonstrated subject matter expertise, such as professional work experience, formal training and education, and active professional relevant instructor license, certification, or registration, or a combination. So this, again, presenting this item would allow us the ability to recruit individuals with this experience, but also we want to ensure you that we would want to be prepared for changes that our campuses may need. So we would inform these individuals that should we have a need for them to hold certification, we would extend to them the 2-year time frame to obtain certification. So upon hire, again, they would recognize that might be outlined if our staffing needs change. And so tonight, we just ask for your consideration of this proposal for the 22-23 school year to hire trainers on a school district teaching permit if they're only going to be teaching sports medicine.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Witten about that?
I had
Okay.
a question. Do we have candidates, have we had pool of candidates that are interested that just can't meet this? So we have people, I'm going to use the phrase lined up to or are we like don't have any applicants and so now we're trying to get applicants?
So we presently have the 4 positions available. We do have individuals that are certified athletic trainers that don't hold certification. So we have those that we'd be ready to extend offers to that if we're permitted, we'd be able to do that.
Okay.
With the school
I
district
just
teaching
wanted to make
permit.
sure it wasn't a situation we were trying to look, because I know when we made the decision back in August 2020, I guess I was under the impression those folks were, for the career and technical, were pursuing their certification at the same time that we hired them, but.
At present time, they're not enrolled in alt cert program because through the school district teaching permit, it is for the district that originates it, it is allowing them to be that way for the lifetime of that certificate for our district.
Okay. Yeah, and if we have applicants, because then my next question was, are there issues, is there a deeper issue at a campus that people aren't necessarily applying for a specific job, or is it we have candidates and we just need to, get this particular part opened up for them to be able to qualify?
So in talking to some of the candidates with our current practice of them being in an alt cert program, they were concerned about that at the onset of being employed. One, coming new to education and being a teacher, and then having to, with the workload, I know Mr. Jimenez was kind of describing, the extent of time they spend even outside of the normal workday to pursue alternative certification immediately within that 2-year time frame. But then for the campus, again, it would not address them being able to even teach, at present time sports medicine.
And are those what we're looking at tonight, are those, is it a one-time thing, or do they have to be renewed on a yearly basis?
Good question. It's one time.
One time,
So
okay.
it would be for our district only in the current
Right.
assignment that we're employing them.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And you keep saying for our district only, so if they, if we grant them that, they couldn't leave here and go somewhere else with that certificate that was granted here?
Correct. It's
Okay.
a local
Okay.
certificate that they would have to at a separate district
Okay.
make
Okay.
the same action or
All right.
approval.
Any other questions? Do I have a motion to approve the requested school district teaching permits for athletic trainer candidates who do not hold a valid secondary certification, but will be assigned to teach only sports medicine 1, 2, or 3?
So moved, Madam President.
Thank you. Mr. Hilliard, do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Witten.
Thank you.
Item C, Operations 1, possible action regarding 2015 bond and NEEF grant funds for the Northeast Institute for Cybersecurity and Innovation Facility renovations, 2 new computer labs, revised program budget and bid delivery method approval, Phase 3. Dr. Mitchell.
Thank you, President Corona, Board, Dr. Mike, and guests. We brought this to you a while ago. This was the 2 rooms, school classrooms at ICSI that were raised at the NEEF fundraiser. Unfortunately, when we did the bid for the estimate for these, it was done last fall. Since then, the prices have increased dramatically. And so we just wanted to come to you to see if we could get to be able to use money from the 2015 bond to fund the second classroom. We also reached out to CBAC as well, and 100% of the people that responded were in favor of using that money.
And Gary, if I'm not mistaken, we have almost $2.5 million, correct? Still left in that?
$2,482,000. How many cents?
13.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Yes. Okay, does anybody have any questions about this?
Dr. Mitchell, can you remind me what was the estimate? I was trying to find my notes and I could not.
I believe 150.
150,000. 150,000?
Okay. Welcome to the cost of building, right? Okay, any other questions? Are you finished, Mr. Byer? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve a revised?
So moved.
I think she's got to finish, Mr.
Do I have a
Williams.
second? Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, the motion carries.
Anything cyber, so moved.
You can read the, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Item 2, possible action regarding portable donation to Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District. Dr. Mitchell.
Yeah, so before he goes, I'm just going to let you all know that I was reached out to by a superintendent asking about this piece. So just so you know, they do not want to use that facility next year to put kids in it, where that shooting was. So they put out a call across districts to say, who can help out with this? So I went to Dr. Mitchell with this and said, hey, I need you to find me some, if we have any portables. Now, I do know also that there's some portables out there that are on campuses that we would like removed. And so that's the piece of when I'd asked them to go out. So Dr. Mitchell, you can take it away.
Yeah, so I'd had Gary look into this, and there was 3 portables at Hardy Oak and 1 at Thousand Oaks that we're looking to donate. Mr. Sullivan, through his office, has set up a possible walkthrough with an individual from Uvalde tomorrow to take a look at those portables. There'll be no cost to us to move these portables. There's money that has already been raised in that community that will be used to help offset that cost.
And selling them, Dan, I believe we've sold them for $1 before. Like, they really don't generate any money. So, we're coming to you tonight just simply because, we've sent counselors and we've done all things down there. This, to me, is a pretty small gesture to help out that community down there as they try to figure out what they're going to do next year for students.
Well, and we don't need these portables.
That is correct.
No long-term need for these things. That we have to go
we have even more portables than what we're recommending to give away.
We have 250 portables.
Okay, there's excess.
So that is
hopefully
correct.
Functional and operational. If we were to
That
need
is correct.
Okay.
And again, these are some that have been identified. We've talked with the campus principals. They don't have any need for them. So for us, we would rather donate them down, just similar to what we did when the hurricane hit at the coast and we gave buses to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Any questions, comments? Do I have a motion to approve the declaration of 4 portable classroom buildings with associated aluminum wooden ramps as excess district property and authorize the release of these portables to UCISD to support their plan of action for the upcoming 2022-2023 school year?
So moved, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal, or who, I'm not sure who was it. Ms. Landry? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Item D, consent. 1, business services. A, waiver of penalties and interest. B, bid items. C, 50,000 purchases. D, 2022-2023 over 50,000 purchases. E, Equalis Group Intergovernmental Purchasing Cooperative. F, 2022-2023 proposed cooperative purchasing contracts. 2, operations. A, professional service contracts, construction contracts, and related contract amendments supporting the 282 ESSER 3 and M&O program funds design and construction requirements. 3, minutes from May 2022. 4, end of consent. Do I have a board member wishing to pull an item from consent?
Madam President, can I pull 11D1D, the 2022-2023 over 50K purchases?
Say that to me one more time. D1?
D1D.
D1D.
Sorry.
Okay. Anybody else have anything?
And I don't have anything to pull, but just make sure everybody knows that in your packet was the correction for item E.
Oh, for the
Yeah, the
For the Equalis Group.
Okay.
Just making sure you didn't miss that.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve consent without D1D?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Byer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion carries. Okay, D1D, Mr. Hilliard.
Great, thank you. Quick question on the P card program. We've got two of them. One's for $9 million and $7 million, Visa and American Express. But can y'all remind me? One's tied to co-op, I think. We purchased, but just what we put on those P cards. That's about $16 million. I'm just trying to remember. I know we've had this conversation, but I don't remember that particular.
Good evening.
Good evening.
With our P-card purchases, we're doing lots of little things. HEB purchases for food and whatnot. We're doing catering services. We're doing travel. We're buying office supplies. We're buying other instructional materials.
Okay.
It's anybody who doesn't accept a PO and wants to take a P-card.
Okay, and we have good board policies that y'all need for execution implementation. Nothing we need. Okay.
Absolutely.
Great. That was the only question, Madam President.
Okay,
Just a
all right.
reminder, I couldn't remember what the P card program was. Thank you.
So, Mr. Hilliard, do you want to make a motion to approve D1D?
I make a motion to approve D1D 2022-2023 over 50K purchases. for
Okay,
consent.
do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion carries. Okay, item 12, reports. A, interim financial and management reports, and B, awarded bid report. Those have been provided for you. Item 13, discussion and possible action regarding board members' request for items to be placed on a future agenda and our request for reports from the administration. Do I have a board member wishing to put something?
Me.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I move that we receive a presentation by our superintendent or his designee per DBL local on efforts to minimize paperwork. In addition, we need to explore the number and length of written reports that teachers are required to prepare.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Do we have any discussion?
Can I ask what, what, is there a particular reason we're looking for, like, are you looking for a specific, specific type of paperwork within that? Because it's pretty broad.
What I'm looking
topic.
for is, I'm trying to figure out how we can reduce the amount of busy work our teachers are required to do and how much reporting that they're required to do, because after speaking with teachers, I realized that it's not the load that killed the borough, it's the overload. And if we can get to kind of the core of what they're having to do on a daily basis and figure out what we can do to try to reduce that load, then that would be beneficial.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, so on the heels of the strategic plan discussion, I'm trying to figure out how we can, get that to
Well,
a
when you
point that
can,
it's
when
not-
you,
Well, what I meant is trying to, we, the seven of us, don't need to necessarily figure that out. So I was trying to determine if there was a specific aspect of the paperwork that maybe makes sense. There's a lot of state paperwork they have to do. There's federal paperwork they have to do. There's things that the district doesn't necessarily have that, to my knowledge, they actually have even control over whether we do or not do. And so I'm trying to see if there's a way that we can get that to a quantifiable type thing.
I think,
and not just a general discussion about paperwork, because I think that's a little too specific.
No, I
for
think this
us.
ties back into the education code that we're talking about, which wasn't part of the budget, but that job satisfaction, the restricting written information that the board's supposed to review, and it lists those specific items. I don't know if that's what you're going for.
What is that?
The Texas Education Code 11164, restricting written information. The board shall limit redundant requests from classroom teachers, and it lists 10 items, and then we're supposed to review those requirements imposed on teachers and then transfer anything we can to non-instructional staff that can reasonably be accomplished by that staff. So I think it's really that review of how it's being tracked and or what we can do, and they may already be doing it, the district and the staff. I think just a big picture, how are we doing this board responsibilities? I think what you're going for.
Exactly.
I don't want to take words out of my mouth.
Is that well,
it's a shall.
This is going to sound a report on a report, but a report on reporting. But rather than, I don't know if we have data already that is like a list of whatever those 10 things are and what a response would be to that at this point. That we get like a report instead of a full-blown presentation. But
yeah, I
if we even need
apologize.
to-
I'm trying to
I was gonna say, I
understand
don't
what
know.
it is that
I don't
that you're
necessarily
asking
know
for.
what specifically is in that section of the code. What are the 10 things, if I may just ask?
Any report concerning health, safety, and welfare of a student, student grade, assignments, exams, student academic progress in the class, grades at the end of each grading period, instructional materials, unit weekly plans. These are the things that they're required to do, but nothing else other than that. Attendance report, accreditation review, and then information required by the school district tied to a complaint, grievance, or potential litigation, and then any information specifically required by the law or rule regulation. So basically, these are things that they are required to prepare, and is there other extraneous things that could be transferred is what this ed code requires us to look at as a board.
So Ms. Villarreal, what you're asking for is a report to see if we're requiring teachers to do something outside of that?
Exactly. I wanted, because
Is
after
that,
speaking with teachers, there's a lot of things that are busy work. It's redundancy. What can we do to help them with this? This is what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
Sure.
Because we need to reduce that stress, that load that our teachers are carrying.
Your question is, are we asking for a report versus a presentation?
Well,
Is that-
I guess what I'm trying to understand is it, how would we even find that information? Is that something that's readily available to staff to see if that's happening? Or, I mean, I don't know how we would come up with.
No, and I guess my suggestion would be, Ms. Villarreal, is one, to give me some things that are being done. I don't need to know from who. That doesn't matter, but here's some things that they're being asked to do.
Okay.
All right? And then let me dig into that a little bit, because is there a report somewhere that exists? I'm looking at these guys, and they're all looking pretty blank right now. I don't know if that's because they're tired or because they're like, I don't think there is one. I mean, Mr. Jarrett.
Yeah, so we don't, at Central, ask for specific reports outside of the code. And each campus may request something different and uniquely different that may exceed that expectation. So that's why we need that specific information so we can address where the problem may be. But far as ourselves, I mean, teachers do have to complete their, like if it's art paperwork or PLAF, which is part of the art paperwork, they have to do those things because that's the federal law. But we're not requesting something like, yes, and do this and do that. But
Right,
if it's
and-
something specific, that would help us narrow
And even
down
as
and
far
address
as
it.
data, it's all in Aware now, so there's really nothing to produce, or there shouldn't be. Anything that they're producing, it's really clicks of buttons. So that's why I say I'm trying to think if we've got a report or even how I would know it, because it may be by campus. So if you can just give me some information and let me look, I think that'll give me some direction on what I need to do. I will tell you that Mr. Jarrett and I have been discussing at length about it's not, I guess it could be paperwork, or I guess it is paperwork, but something that I do think takes up a tremendous amount of time at the campus that we're looking about undoing it, so to say, to free up a lot of time, not just for teachers, but administrators and counselors. And we're just working through a system right now, because if we're not careful, somebody may not do something that gets us in legal trouble. And so we're making sure to set up some parameters. And what I don't want, and I'll just tell you, one of it is, I've already talked with Dan and his folks about, this needs to be an automated report. I don't want anybody have to do anything. It automatically gets sent to them. And so we're working, and I can almost promise you that when we tell them what we're about to do, once we get there, there is going to be a resounding, joyous hurrah, because it is a tremendous amount of work that's asked for it. But it's something that got put in place for a reason, but I think we need to back off of it a little bit. And I'm talking because I'm not there yet, and I don't want to push it out live and on recording right now. But I will be happy to, we're probably weeks away. I'd say by mid-July, we should have a pretty good framework in place. My expectation is for us to unveil this at July leadership to our principals, and then have them go out and express it to their staff.
And
But
their staff will be happy, and it'll help
there,
them.
I will promise you, Ms. Villarreal, that there is not one staff member that's going to say, "Golly, darn it, I want to do more of that." They're just not. And it is it's a legal component, but there are some legal pieces that we need to work around, which we have. We're just finalizing the final pieces.
So if I might recommend, if there's a way that if you've got, let's say, let's say you've heard from 5 people, if those 5 instances are transmitted to Dr. Micah, then his response would be to all of us. And then if there's something in that requires a larger discussion or larger presentation or report, then maybe we can go that route. But if it's isolated to a particular campus or something like that, I think, staff can dig into that and find out what's going on.
That's logical.
And if we want to try that first.
I agree.
And then kind
That's
of
logical.
unburden.
Because I don't want to burden them either.
No,
You know,
that's why I say
that's the thing.
But Ms. Villarreal, I'll take you back right to what I said. When I got through budget training, for every 10 employees you have, one's either planning to steal or steal from you. I've always used that philosophy, like 10% are probably pushing against something. I just simply need to know about it so I can deal with it.
I'll compile a list of things.
And yeah, just shoot me
That
an
sounds
email
good.
and let me.
Okay.
And if I need more information, but again, unless there's a specific, I don't really need to know names. I can just start asking some
Okay,
questions.
that's logical. That's fine.
So will you withdraw that motion then? and
Yes,
then-
I
okay.
withdraw that motion.
Okay, thank you.
What's that?
Didn't you second?
Oh, I can, do we have to, if she withdraws it, do we have to have a second for the withdrawal? I've got a couple, if you're done,
Okay.
I've got a couple. I'm gonna,
And Shannon, don't forget you.
Okay, did anybody else have anything?
yes, ma'am, I do have a couple. And this tied to, I know it's late, I'll be quick, but with a focus on the district scorecard process and us staying in that strategic board policy role, I request an agenda item to look, to discuss impossible action on the BQ local, the BQA and the BQB, which are all tied to the district level decision-making processes and everything that's associated with that, because I'd make a motion, I can explain why if y'all want, but.
So you, say that to me again, you want to make a motion
I
to,
move to place on agenda item, review and possible action of policies BQ local, BQA, and BQB. And then those are all decision-making district level, decision-making campus level, and then the decision-making process policies.
okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so can you tell me what BQ, BQA, and BQB local are?
BQ local is planning and decision-making process, and that ties into our strategic calendar, district scorecard policy review, so that we're all aware. And I think we're on a pretty good track, and then BQA is the planning and decision-making process district level and review. So that one's, I think, 10-year-old on the policy and 21 years old on the admin reg, which is different, but this ties to the district scorecard, making sure if we need to make any changes. And the BQB is planning decision-making at the campus level. And once again, that falls right under basically the DIC and CIC, but make sure that we have all those policies and procedures, because that one I think is 13 years old since it's been looked at. So we would just look at all those policies, make sure we're putting the right framework in and that we're happy with what it is. And it's up to date as we're doing our strategic review of the policies that we're doing to make sure that the staff has everything they need.
So you think that those policies need to be revised, is that?
The review, minor revision, I think, on 2 of them, possibly, that we can look at. The first one, the BQ, is just actually a review, but that drives the other 2 policies. Just a quick review of it so that we're aware. That explains the process as we're getting into the very focused strategic role on sticking to the policy and the governance piece. But I think we need to look at these things as part of the strategic review we've been trying to do. I know it's been paused because we've got lots of other stuff, including graduations, last couple of months.
Were any of these on the schedule to come before us already? Dr. Micah, do you know?
We just got update one. Did we get one? 119? Or did we did that one? No, we haven't gotten one, right? So then no. Sorry.
My concern is we don't have another meeting until August, regular meeting to do agenda
Mhm.
items. And we want to set the stage for the new year, because by the time we get to it and look at it, if we make changes, we may not, but we'll have at least done that piece, because those are critical pieces of that piece for them, make sure that we're happy with the policies as is, or possible minor changes.
I'm assuming you've read them. Are they X policies by chance?
I did read them. I didn't look at that closely, so I can't tell you off the top of my head. I
The
don't-
only reason I say that, and just for the new board members, because it has a date at the bottom, I think we talked about this, right? Doesn't mean that it hadn't been looked at. It just legally there hasn't been a change out there, which mandated a change to local policy. So that's why I ask you: is it an X or is it because
forgot to look at
X
that.
means again, just for everyone to remember, X means we've done something and didn't adopt TASB's recommendation as it stands. If it's a regular policy, then that's just what TASB. I don't know off the cuff if they are or not.
I don't either.
Just out of curiosity, since no one's really familiar with these without, I mean, my
Yeah.
thing is trying to open it up to get to the
Yeah, yeah.
policies and it's spinning. Is it possible, instead of putting it as an agenda item, that first of all, we all get a chance to look at these and see if it's something that or maybe Dr. Micah can look and visit with staff to see if it needs to be on an agenda item first before we put in all the work, that staff puts in all the work for this? Or if it's possible that it's coming up in 119?
My concern is we don't have a meeting for 2 months, and this is, us as we're in the strategic role. I don't know if the staff, maybe this is for us to look at and make sure we're happy. And I just was going through them briefly, but to me, these are the critical pieces, the DEIC, the CICs, the district improvement committees, because they're going to set the stage, but we need to make sure that we're happy with the policies as written.
So you feel like there's a timeline on these then, a deadline, or?
No, not necessarily a deadline, but the school year starting, next board meeting's not till that, and then we'll be into August and into September time we look and get to things. And so that's the thing, we don't have another regular meeting to do agenda items in the current format for 2 more months. Then it's 3 months, then we're into the school year, and then they're already starting the DIC.
Well, we have some special meetings coming up, so if it was necessary, that could be put on one of those though, right? As long as we have the quorums.
Well,
I just wanna get
to
this-
request something on an agenda has to be done at a regular board meeting.
That's the reason I'm doing it,
Okay.
because we were 2 months out from the next regular.
So
I can't get policy to open.
is there a, evidently you've reviewed it, so is there an issue that you think we're not following the policy that's there, or?
There's some concerns, there's a couple things without getting into the debate here. There's 1 or 2 things that do need to be corrected. Roles and responsibilities on one of them, yes, I believe there is. Without, 'cause we can't talk about the thing, but one of them is a roles and responsibility, who's doing what, and that responsibility. So I have a concern on that one, yes. That's
Are
the
they
particular-
long policies?
There is, but I think the discussion is short, Mr.
Just
Byer.
kidding.
I think
No,
the discussion is short, because
Yeah.
it's not a full revamp, so I think this is where we're going to be strategically tactical, where we're just going to look at the key pieces, because the vast majority of it's fine, but there's a roles and responsibility concern in one of them, and the other piece is that as we're doing that strategic review.
So, and I'm looking on my phone, and I might be time to go to see a vision doctor.
I've got cheaters right here, Dr. Micah.
Thank you.
Hand them on over.
So what I see on our policy is I have a BQ local and a BQ legal. BQ local is not an X policy. I see a BQB legal and a BQA legal. I do not see, again, this is on my phone, so I'm
Because that's the district improvement committee,
right.
and then the campus
Well,
improvement committee, so
and let me
unless I'm-
see.
well,
Sorry, let me pull up for you.
Here, I'll pull it up, sorry.
BQA, let's see. It just may not have pulled it up properly. Nope, there is a BQA local. Here we go. So is that an X policy? That is an X policy. So BQA local is an X. And it looks like it was issued in 2012.
Yeah.
And then, oops, BQB.
I got it I could have had those pulled up. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. And there is a local. Okay, so it just didn't pull it up
And
the
that's
other way.
X
And-
99.
Yep, and that is an X as well. And the reason I ask that is I think part of what I'll need to do is if you all want to look at this, is I will reach out to TASB to actually get what they recommended, minus whatever we adopted outside of TASB as a starting
because
point.
that's an X.
Correct, because it's
Okay.
an X policy.
So see what their policy is. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
I'm sorry, I didn't see I was trying to get it count.
Yeah, all those opposed? So do I have all ayes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The motion carries.
Got one more, Madam President, and I'll be done. I move that we place an agenda item on for discussion, possible action to update the internal audit charter, as previously discussed at board training.
Yeah, I think that's actually going to be part of board operating procedures. And then, so,
Address that as part of the board operations,
Yes.
and do like an annual review or something to that effect when we discuss
so
that.
I think, because I had talked to Dr. Micah about that, about doing policy for that. So I think what we were going to do was do board operating procedures first and then.
Tie that in, okay.
Mhm.
If
So-
that's going to happen, then we'll just say that for the 23rd then?
And board operating procedures will be the 23rd. Okay.
That's great then.
So you're withdrawing
I
that?
withdraw the motion for that agenda item.
All right. Anybody have anything else? Okay. I want to make a motion to have staff look into a VATRE. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
May I ask a question?
No.
No, but when you want me to look into that,
Well, just the possibility of,
what do you mean by that? Like, do you want us to bring you a presentation about what it really is, how it gets done, the legal
explore
policy,
the
like that
options
piece?
of
What the process is.
what the process is,
Okay.
what it is,
Process and
pros and
timeline
cons.
and big picture.
Okay. I just want to make certain that I don't bring you something you're not asking for. So, okay.
Because if that's one of the ways that we can get more revenue, I think we should explore that. Yes, for a raise. Okay. That motion carried, right? We voted?
I think we
I'm
all said
sorry.
aye.
Okay.
You got a third.
Anything else?
You're doing great.
Item 14, adjournment, and the time is 11:09.